Greetings and welcome, friends. Happy Wednesday. And welcome back to the return of Games Bond. Potentially, hopefully, the finale of GoldenEye 007. Father Axe Keeper, Icarus, Space Hopper Copter, Esports, Offer Losers, Track Zero, Lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else, welcome. I hope you're all doing well. I am doing, I would say, well overall. My existential dread over my summer break eventually ending is becoming palpable, even though I've got about a week and a half left. But I'm getting equal parts excited and a little bit of stressed for Evo weekend, which is of course this upcoming weekend. Not that I'm going to Vegas, that'd be a tremendous amount of stress. But I'm going out of town to hang out with friends and watch Evo and play games and eat delicious food, and that's going to be amazing. I'm greatly looking forward to it. It's a yearly tradition. It's going to be great. But I kind of detest traveling. I have a bunch of transfers on my train rides, and it's going to be just one of those things that it's hard to feel entirely relaxed until you made it to the end of the trip. Doing about as well as someone can with a Friday deadline looming. Well, good luck with your Friday deadline. I hope it goes well, whatever it is you're working on. Dread lets you know you're alive, for good or bad. I suppose so. I am, however, very excited to be continuing GoldenEye 007. Had a very productive run on Monday. Did an extra lengthy stream to squeeze in a few extra Bond hours, and we made it pretty far. We cleared, I want to say, 3 levels, and did a significant amount of research on Control, which is where we're at. And if my calculations are correct, following Control, we have 2 more levels left of the regular game. And if we finish early, we will definitely spend a little bit of time looking into and researching the kind of post-game bonus stuff. And whether I make any amount of commitment to try and complete any of that stuff beyond the scope of today's stream remains to be seen. What's up, Mr. Radon, the man with a golden girthy stream? Yes. Every so often. On account of me going away this weekend, there will be no fighting game stream on Friday. Despite the community goal being met, we will schedule that for the upcoming Friday. There will be no stream this Saturday, and there will be no stream this Monday. I will be getting back home on Monday evening, and I do not believe I will be in any condition to stream. So streams should return to more or less normal a week from today. And because of this little forced hiatus, it is my ambition to finish up GoldenEye tonight so that we don't have to have this extended break in the middle of it. No fighting stream this Friday, but there will be plenty of fighting on the following Friday. And I suspect in between now and then, there's gonna be some unboxing, probably, because, well, I guess it doesn't really tie in per se. I was gonna say, because I'm expecting a package delivery, or technically 2 package deliveries, in the midst of tonight's stream. I shall be receiving my resin 3D printer, as well as another package of basically accessories and stuff related to it. But I am not planning on unboxing or doing much of anything with that on stream. Just from practical logistical purposes, it's not really viable. But there are other boxes incoming, other looming shipments. I did make another order from Surugaya last night, not this morning, last night. For those who had missed this breaking news, Surugaya, which is the kind of premier Japanese online secondhand shop for games and I don't know, all kinds of crap. My go-to place for buying old stuff from Japan. They started an international storefront years ago, but for the longest time, or at least last time I checked, they only shipped to like United States and I think Australia. But as of now, I don't know when, but they now ship to a lot of other countries, including Sweden. And they just so happen to currently be running a campaign, which is absolutely ludicrous, within which you can make an order and have it shipped, and they will charge 0 yen for shipping. Pretty much no, no weird hidden requirements, no caveats, no nothing. Just order something, go through checkout, and it'll say shipping 0 yen. Which is kind of nuts. 0% shipping, 200% customs, let's go. Well, I mean, normally I pay 100% shipping and 200% customs fees. So, like, it's a win no matter what. But I'm very curious to see how that pans out, because normally I would pay sales tax on the combined value of the items plus the cost of shipping. And I'm sure DHL aren't charging Surugaya 0 yen out of the kindness of their hearts. So presumably there is still a cost attached to the delivery. And I assume that that cost will still be taxed. But it would have been anyway. So it's like I'm still going to come out on top. Surugaya.com. Let me... Suruga/ or -ya.com. There you go. There is an English website. Oh, sorry, that's the Japanese URL. You want the .com. Is the international storefront. They're two different, like, completely. I mean, they have the same stock keeping, but they're separate sites. You won't be able to make international orders via the Japanese site. They have, you can display the site in English, but it's pretty much 100% machine translated, and searching and browsing is a complete nightmare. It kind of is what it is. If you have some command of the Japanese language, I would strongly recommend using the Japanese display language, because it's going to make it a lot easier to find stuff. But if not, God bless, and just, hope for the best. Thanks for the follow. Track Zero, I think it's there. You don't really get any options, so I would suspect that the shipping method will be largely dependent on where you're shipping it and the amount of stuff and the size of the package, etc. In my case, I made 2 orders, and in both instances, the only option I had was DHL. But that's still like surprising and good news, because if they were saying like, hey, we'll ship it to you for free, I feel like they would have been well within their right to say, all right, that's ground shipping, see you in 3 to 4 months. And I mean, I'd still take it. But the fact that, like, because I usually don't, like, I wouldn't go out of my way to choose DHL, but I don't typically have, well, I mean, I was gonna say I don't typically have bad experiences with them. The thing is, like, nothing is ever really consistent, and when I get stuff shipped with like DHL from Japan, it tends to go in one way, and when it's shipped with DHL from Amazon in Germany, it goes a different way, and when it's shipped domestically, it's a different way. Like, it's, I don't know, it's not consistent. But by and large, like, I've had, of course, individual instances of poor communication and stuff like that, but there's no pattern of shipments getting lost or banged up or anything to the point where I would be too upset with it, at least I would say. Yeah, but like I said, it might depend on what you're ordering, because I was curious before I even placed any orders, just looking at the because I was not familiar with ordering from Surugaya's international store. Typically, like, I would shop with them, and I have shopped with them for like 15 years, but normally I would use their Japanese site and I would ship it to a proxy, like, address in Japan and have it shipped from there. So I didn't have an account on the international store. I didn't, like, know anything about it. So just looking at what they say, I want to say that it says that they offer shipping with, like, DHL or EMS or one or two other methods. So I'm sure it, you know, in my case, that's what it was. I don't know if it will be for you. Yeah, like I said, literally everything on the site, every category page, every item name, every item description, everything is just machine translated. So, like I said, Godspeed. It's can be very confusing to navigate. Stuff is not going to be named consistently. Searching is pretty much impossible, because if you try to search for something, you have to input like whatever their machine translation would call something in the search bar, or it's not going to ring up any hits, pretty much. At least that was my experience in the like 2 minutes I spent attempting to find something on the English page, and then I was like, you know what, let me just switch this to Japanese, and I had a much easier time. But obviously your mileage may vary depending on your familiarity with Japanese / experience with browsing Japanese secondhand shops, or looking for games or what have you. But yeah, Icarus, I was cursed with this knowledge, and I have no choice but to pass it on to you. I made an order, so the campaign is running through August 10th, I believe, so you still got about a week. As soon as I heard of it before the weekend, I went to look, and my priority was to get a lot of cheap books, because obviously paper is very heavy, and the ratio of like item cost to shipping cost is staggering on cheap books. And there's a lot of old comic books, game guidebooks, stuff like that, where yeah, you can get like a 400-page book for literally like $2 to $3. So basically, I build a box of about $100 worth of very cheap books, and I'm very curious what that package is going to look like. But like I said, even if that ends up being like a fucking $500 shipping fee that I have to pay taxes on, that amount of tax is still cheaper than the shipping would have cost under any circumstance. So like, I'm coming out on plus. The way I see it, which is maybe not healthy, I'm spending a lot of money and I'm still coming out on plus, on top, you know, regardless. And I was looking around because I knew there's like, well, I'm almost certainly going to be wanting to order more stuff. And just like, even having the ability to order directly from Sugai is like a huge quality of life improvement for me, because normally I would go through Zen Market, and that's associated with its own fees, of course, and it takes a little bit of time. And because of how everything works, like I didn't have an account, because you order, like you have Zen Market order for you, so I wouldn't be making orders directly from Surugai, which means I didn't have an account, I didn't have, you know, wish lists or that kind of stuff. So I had my own like very elaborate spreadsheets for bookkeeping, like what have I looked at, what prices have it been in the past, like what do I want to get. It's just like a whole thing, and every time I decided to make an order, it was always like what felt like a week of work, just sifting through everything I might want to get to see what it's currently priced at, what's in stock, what can I find to add to the list. And no matter how you cut it, you know, browsing for old books especially is very time consuming, because it's very hard to narrow down the search for what you're looking for, especially in my case when I don't exactly know what I'm looking for, because I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of all the different like fighting game comic books and doujin and whatever. So I'll just have to try to search for particular keywords and see what they have in stock. In some cases, you just have to go to kind of a category section and browse through 45 pages and just see what you can find. And now that I have an account on the international page, it's a lot easier for me to just kind of you can not only bookmark items, but or wish list them. You can have a bunch of separate wish lists, so I can kind of sort things there directly. I can at a glance see what items cost much more easily. And again, I don't have to pay a 300 yen flat fee per item to make an order, so that's like everything's made a lot more convenient. But because I didn't have my wish list ready to go to check against, I've had to spend several hours browsing and looking for things to kind of populate those wish lists, which I have and I could do for another, 20 hours still, probably. So I was doing that, and mostly adding a lot of stuff that's like, this is of interest. Here's a bunch of like 500 yen PS1 games, Super Famicom games, Saturn games, whatever. But ever so often I would come across something that's like, ooh, this is actually something I legitimately want. And in particular, like, so after finishing the order with all those books, the next thing on my agenda was like, all right, what's some gaming hardware that I would actually like to get? Stuff that's like big or heavy or awkward that I would be a little scared to order otherwise. Arcade sticks, consoles, that kind of thing. And I'm realizing now that there's additional stuff still that I could be looking for, because I have no idea what the use for it would be, but the thought just dawned on me that like, I wonder if I should look for like a 3DS or a GBA or something like that. I'm sure the batteries might be troublesome, I don't know, but I haven't even looked for it. But I looked a bunch for controllers and stuff, and there were a lot of things I was considering, but it was like pricey enough that I didn't want to spend like infinite money just to do it. Yeah, like an X68000. If I was in the market for one, this would be the time to get one, because yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ, shipping one of those. Yeah, GBA, like, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, I don't even really like portable gaming per se, but with 3DS, I would be hypothetically interested to try like the Sega 3D Ages stuff and whatever else, but yeah, it's extremely hypothetical at best. It literally just dawned on me now in real time as we're talking about it that I hadn't even looked for it. Shopping for a 3DO? Yeah, I mean, I definitely recommend browsing there and see what you can get. Like, the problem is, depending on what you're looking for, I realize that it can be very sensitive, a lot of the details, whether it's condition or model numbers or whatever it is, and you're probably not going to get very thorough information like that from Surugaya. But it's a fun place to browse, for sure. It's like one of my several hobbies, just window shopping at Surugaya. Found some Japanese N64 games in the wild. That's sweet. X68000 Mini was bad enough. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that for a mini thing, that's still like pretty hefty though, right? In my case, anyway, as I was saying, I was kind of browsing, looking for stuff to add to my list, and I came across some... I won't give away the details, because we will be unboxing these, and we will be revealing this live on stream at some point. But I saw some games... Because generally, from what I've seen, cross-referencing and comparing to my saved links for items on the Japanese site, the international site does not have every item. Like, if you look at the Japanese site, you go to whatever item, you can copy paste the ID number from the URL to the corresponding URL of the international site, and most of the time it'll just show you the item. But I found that any items that is marked as like 18 plus, which involves some of the like Dojin and like Saturn games and stuff like that I'd had on my list, some of those did not show up on the international site. But more crucially, anything that's marked like rank B, or it's like a kind of alternate listing for an item that's got some special like condition, like it's a poor condition item, it's a rank B, it's missing this or that. Some of those just did not appear to show up on the international site. Same with, of course, the international shop will only sell you items directly from Surugaya's own warehouse. On the Japanese side, it's kind of similar to Amazon, where there's a lot of third-party sellers who's kind of selling via Surugaya. So if you're ordering from the Japanese page, in a lot of cases, you might have options for different sellers, and you don't get that on the international one. So if there's an item that would show up on the Japanese site, but it's only available through a third-party seller, that also will not be showing up on the international site. So there are some limitations, and there are definitely some use cases still where I might want to still order via proxy, but that's going to be the exception moving forward, and I'll be able to get it directly. Like, obviously, I don't know what shipping is like normally, but I struggle to imagine that it will be more expensive, not to mention more hassle than ordering through Zen Market. So I'll probably be ordering directly from Sudogai from here on out. In any case, as I was browsing yesterday, I found a couple of games, Super Famicom games that were cartridge only in, you know, troublesome condition or whatever. And as we learned from the most recent unboxing, that's not really too, you know, intimidating. We got Ryuko no Ken 2, Art of Fighting 2 for Super Famicom, and that was like down from 4,000 yen to like 1,800 because it had a, you know, supposedly terrible condition cartridge, and it had like one little stain on it. I think one of the games that I was looking at now had, I'm not sure if the photo that they had was of that actual item, which is not usually the case, but it seemed to indicate that the part of the label was torn, which is like unusual. That's a really beat up cartridge by Japanese standards for sure. And it's a game that's like complete in box, easily over 10,000, maybe 15,000 or something, which means that a loose cartridge would probably normally be, I don't know, in the range of 5,000 or 6,000 yen, and this like terrible condition cartridge was like 900 yen. So there were like 2 or 3 games like that, in addition to a few other things that I'm like, you know what, because I already missed a few items I had scoped out, like, ooh, I want to add this to my order, had sold out. So when you see stuff like that in stock, it's like, this stuff is not going to stay in stock for very long, let me just get this order sent out. So they do take a singular 500 yen commission fee, I think they call it, like per order. So I guess there's some incentive to not just, you know, place 45 orders for each individual item. But that's, you know, that's negligible. Fractal Mind Mike and Raiders, greetings everybody, greetings. Hello and welcome. My name is Jiggy. I'm playing and collecting a bunch of old crap, as you can see back there, and all the way over here. If you're a regular of Mike's, then you're now no stranger to people whose homes are being flooded with games and stuff. We are soon to be embarking on what I hope to be the final leg of our journey through GoldenEye 007 for the Nintendo 64. But we're doing a little bit of just chatting pre-stream talking over here. I am indeed, well, I'm not making anyone do anything. I'm just leaving open the suggestion that if one were to, you know, want to order used games or manga or toys or something else from Japan, and would think, you know, if Surugai's international store offered 0 yen shipping currently, that would be convenient. It just so happens that they are. And you can, like me, make several like $100-ish orders on old stuff, and be very excited to learn at some point or another when those things arrive how that's gonna work out. Yeah, so they are running a campaign. I'll drop the link in chat for everyone, any other connoisseurs of old crap. Oh, sorry, that's still the wrong link. That's the Japanese one. I had the wrong one in the clipboard. There you go, the international shop. They have a campaign running through August 10th, where apparently with no like caveats whatsoever, you'll just place an order and they will charge 0 yen for shipping. And I'll tell you what, Mike, I'm sure you can find a lot of Windows 95 software. I haven't really browsed for computer game stuff there very much, because it's a bit out my wheelhouse. But they do have, I buy a lot of my console games from there. I buy a good amount of old Japanese video game comic books and guidebooks and that kind of thing. I haven't really bought much figure and toy type stuff from there, but they sure have a lot of it. But I know other people who get old, like, yeah, Windows 95 games and stuff like that there. It's definitely worth a look. Unfortunately, their international shop page is like kind of a nightmare to navigate. It's all machine translated and it's kind of terrible. So if you have any command of the Japanese language, I would recommend switching to Japanese because it kind of makes it a little more consistent to browse. But if not, then you can just try your best. Learn that OOP Hearts is a super rare. Yeah, I think I came across it. I was actually surprised because I kind of sifted through their entire Super Famicom section last night, and I was surprised at how little interesting stuff I could find. Now, granted, that is partially because I already have like 150, actually probably more, Super Famicom games. I think, come to think of it, I was looking at my spreadsheet recently, and I think I'm actually, I think I have it here. There we go. I'm at 194 Super Famicom games. I am getting close to the 200. I think I'm about at, yeah, I'm at 191 PS1 games. So we're heading those 200 numbers pretty soon. And also, there's like, even on those systems, there's like a tremendous glut of sports games and racing games and gambling games. But I was surprised, like, not only did I not find that much of interest, there wasn't that much that was really cheap either, even among some of those like complete trash games. I mean, I'm not too worried about running out of stuff to buy. That's not really a concern, but I was still kind of surprised. The Super Famicom is usually the stuff that's easy to just slip in an extra game or two in an order because there's always some stuff to get. That's not to say I didn't buy any Super Famicom games, but you know, I was a little bit surprised. But yeah, so I have an order that just shipped today that has a bunch of old books. I think it was like 39 or 40 books. So that's going to be a tremendously girthy unboxing stream whenever that shows up. And I made a second order last night that is mostly games, a couple of books, a little bit of a mix of things. And who knows, before the campaign is over, it isn't far from unlikely. I don't know, there's a non-zero risk that I will be making at least a third order. Yes, we had a decently girthy unboxing a couple of days ago, a week ago. I don't know, my memory is just a big old haze. But we had some cool stuff there. I took a chance on a bunch of so-called rank B items, meaning poor condition items. And if you're not used to buying used stuff from Japan or in Japan, you may be surprised to learn that they have a culture of very kind of strict, careful consideration and preservation of items. Meaning, if anything has like even the slightest nick or, you know, marks from breathing too hard on it, that tends to be, you know, reason enough for a discount. Nat Killer TV, thank you for the follow. What's up, Biffraction? Greetings, greetings. So when you buy something sight unseen and it says that it's in bad condition, it usually doesn't mean bad condition. It usually means not mint. There is some sign of someone having previously owned and handled this. I mean, it depends on the type of item, of course. If it's a Super Famicom game with a cardboard box, yeah, it's not unlikely that it's going to have a bunch of folds and creases. And we got, what was the game? Oh yeah, Fatal Fury Special I got in that box, and it was a rank B item. And the plastic tray that holds the cartridge inside the box was the most mangled up piece of shit I've ever seen. And the box was pretty banged up too. But I got the game at like a third of the regular price. So, in fact, that copy was cheaper than their loose cartridge-only copy. I think that cost like 600 yen. And the boxed, complete, terrible condition one was like 500 yen. So it was still a good deal. What's up, Mr. Tampa? Greetings, greetings. So yeah, more unboxings to follow. I just mentioned before you guys dropped in that I am in fact expecting a package delivery or two tonight. At any point between 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. the postal service is promising slash threatening to ring on my door and deliver a resin 3D printer and some accoutrement. So at some point, I'll probably have to make an emergency break from stream to go collect some packages at my door. But I'm looking forward to that. It's been a little bit of an ongoing journey here for me, redecorating and reorganizing parts of my living space to kind of make room for a little 3D printing workshop. Something that I've been kind of endeavoring to set up for quite some time now. So that's going to be really exciting. I'm going out of town for the weekend, but I hope to tinker a bit with it next week. Last week of my summer break. You hope it was a reasonable cost? I don't know about that. Well, it was actually, yeah, it was. It's, you know, you'll have to spend a decent amount of money to get your foot in the door with 3D printing, but it is exceedingly affordable compared to what it used to be. There are entry-level options that you can get started with for, I would say, between 200 to 300 euros. I ended up spending more than that because I wanted to get some quality of life type stuff. I had to make sure I got some you know, gloves, cleaning equipment, stuff like that. And I got a wash and cure station, which is pretty costly, but I'll still be able to use that if I upgrade to a bigger printer at some point. And no joke, one of the costliest things, sort of, or the biggest kind of, oh shit, I have to spend all this on that too, is buying enough isopropanol for the cleaning. Because the way it works, 3D printing, like resin is a toxic material, and in order for it to be like non-toxic, for you to be able to handle it, you have to cure it, and it's important that you keep everything clean, and you have to, like, it's a whole thing. It's a kind of a messy thing, but it's hopefully it's going to be all worth it because you can make some cool shit with it. But basically you want to clean off the print, because the machine will obviously cure it to, you know, to a solid shape, but you still have to cure it like further than that, for it to be safe. And when you get it out of the machine, it's going to be kind of slimy and wet with like pure liquid resin, and that's the stuff you have to like clean. And you can do it in all kinds of ways, but from all I hear, the best, most effective, and most convenient way of doing it is using one of those wash and cure stations. And basically, it's like a little. You put the print in a bucket like of cleaning agent, and you set it on the machine, and it sort of jostles it around a bit to clean it up, and then you fish it out from there, and you put it on the kind of, there's like a little turntable. And you use the same device, and instead of shaking it around, you rotate it while blasting it with UV light to cure it. So that bucket needs to be filled up with cleaning, you know, agent, and it's like a 7-liter bucket or something. It's quite a lot, and that's you can use it for a good while. You know, it's not a, depending on how much you print, like it's gonna kind of pay for itself. But there's a lot of kind of there's a lot of consumables and stuff you have to get up front that adds to the cost. But even so, you know, for how insanely cool stuff you can make with it, the barrier to entry does not feel like it's all that high. At least if you have the disposable income. What's up, Shaboy J? Yeah, I hope things are are gonna work out fine as far as that goes. I've taken it into consideration at least. But yeah, because you can basically the printing volume of the printer I have, I mean, it's still in the small end, but it's a big volume for a small printer, because it's what, like very roughly like 10 by 15 by 20 centimeters or something, give or take a few centimeters on each dimension. But the wash and cure station I got is sort of designed to accommodate printers of slightly larger volume than that. And you still have to, like, it all adds up. I don't know. I could be misremembering. The volume could be a little bit larger still. Either way, we'll see. I didn't get... I think I got like 5 liters of alcohol or something, and kind of hoping that that'll work out. That I won't need, but I mean, I can buy more, but it's still, yeah, a lot of stuff that you have to kind of get up front. But like I said, I'm excited to tinker with it next week. I have a lot of models. You can get a bunch of stuff for free, and there's a lot of sites like CG Trader and Cults 3D and other like marketplaces for people to sell 3D models. Because my main interest with it is like collectibles and figures and whatnot. You can kind of see behind me, I have a lot of, I mean, all the figures you see up here, they're ones that I can't fit into my actual proper display shelves, which are getting overly crowded. So I'm looking to print like both kind of custom parts to customize my own figures, but also statues and whatever else like that. It's very exciting because I'm also, for those of you who don't know me, I'm an artist, and I've done a lot of 3D stuff over the years. It's been a while, like I'm very rusty when it comes to 3D sculpting and everything, but the long-term goal of mine is to be able to create stuff that I can print, just like make my own kind of collectible figures for myself. And if I make them, if I get that far, I can also sell them online, which is, you know, I'm not looking for another job. I have too many jobs as it is. But if you make something cool, making it available to others who may be interested in it, I think is a very compelling concept. So I'm looking forward to finally kind of taking my first steps into that murky water and seeing what comes of it. Yeah, it's like resin printing is definitely a bit daunting, but from everything I hear, it's just a matter of like, you don't need to be afraid, but you need to be respectful. Like, take safety precautions seriously and don't get sloppy, don't get impatient, and you'll be perfectly fine. It's one of those things where, like, because it's chemical in nature, it's a bit unwieldy, and it's a bit like nebulous, because when it comes to resin, the way it can, like, if like you can get resin poisoning, I guess, or whatever you'd call it, and it doesn't really happen. It's not the same as like burning your hand on the stove. Like it's not instant that way. It can kind of be a thing that happens over time. But having said that, like, from my point of view, I don't think it's any more dangerous than buying a sharp kitchen knife. Like, you know, just wield it responsibly and you should be fine. Yeah, it's a little spooky, but I don't know. I don't expect to be using it. Like, I'm not expecting it to have it run nonstop while I'm like sitting next to it or anything. So I imagine it's going to be fine. But I think it's fair to be a little intimidated by it. I think it's healthy to be a little intimidated by it. But a lot of people do it, and they do it just fine. So I'm more excited about the cool stuff you can do than I am worried about the potential dangers of it. And yeah, of course, you know, it's very subjective how you feel. You know, I have fears, rational and irrational. I have very severe arachnophobia, for instance. I'm not good with heights. And some people do some things that I'm just like, that I just could not. So I hear you. That's fully reasonable. Thanks for the follow, Shabo J. I look forward to having updates on this whole endeavor on, you know, whatever timeline they might happen. I should charge a commission. You just place your order, NPC. Well, that is reward enough, I guess. All right, Mike. Thanks for stopping by. I'm not sure if you had time to leave already, but thank you very much for the raid, and enjoy your bed. Before we get started, it is time to honor the tradition of uncorking another can of Kong Strong Wild Power. We're gonna need all the strength and power that we can find. To make our way through the final steps of GoldenEye 007. So this is what we're here for. We are doing a little bit of James Bond. We are playing through, or at the very least playing, every James Bond 007 computer, video, and mobile phone game that we can come across in chronological order. We've played 16 games, and we are currently working on number 17, which just so happens to be GoldenEye 007 for the Nintendo 64. We've been playing a couple of streams, and we have made it pretty far into it, and it is my hope that we'll be able to finish tonight before I leave town for a couple of days. Is James Bond included? Nice. It took us not too many minutes to reach our daily quota on James Bond questions. And the simple answer is no. James Bond is in fact not James Bond, and we have more than enough actual James Bond games to have any room to worry about also rans, rip-offs, clones, pithy references, or anything of the sort. It is not an unreasonable question. I take no offense to it. I just find it a little bit amusing, the frequency with which this tends to come up. No worries, Jay. No worries, Jay. I don't think it was unreasonable at all. However, if you would like to know what is included, you can type in !007 and receive a link to the official James Bond spreadsheet, within which all of the games, past, current, and future, are listed. And you can see completion times, what platforms we played games on, etc. There are also links. If you click the title of a game in the leftmost column, it'll take you to a time-stamped YouTube link from the opening night stream at the beginning of this project in October of last year, when I went through all these pages and we talked about briefly every single game that we're going to be playing. So feel free to peruse that at your leisure if you want to be a little bit more read up on what we will be tackling in the future. In addition to the 50 games on the list of games to be played, we also have a couple of secret missions to be added here and there, and the method by which these additional games are added are through the Q Branch Research Funding Initiative. Every donation, cheer, sub, merch purchase, etc. That you viewers make will add to this little Q credit pool, and once we have amassed 20,000, we will reach the next goal and unlock secret bonus mission number 4. The bonus missions consist of unlicensed games, James Bond things, stuff that's a little bit outside the scope of the main mission statement. So all contributions will have an impact, and eventually we will reach the next goal and add another game to the list, or another mission, I should say. There might not all be games. Are any of the official games known stinkers? So far, we've gone through the kind of British microcomputer drudges. And frankly, most of the games were kind of cooler than I expected in at least some fashion. A View to a Kill, the adventure game or action game or whatever you would call it, I guess it's mostly an action game. There are two View to a Kill games. There's a text adventure and there's the other one. The text adventure is like kind of whatever. It wasn't great, but it was pretty fun. But the other one is like an absolutely broken mess. We played the C64 version, which was literally unfinishable, and like the instructions provided did not actually really the manual explains stuff that doesn't actually apply in the real game. Like, you're supposed to do these 3 levels one after the other, and depending on how you do in one level, it's gonna like have an impact on the next one. But the way the game works is like that doesn't exist. You just pick a level from a menu, and there's no carrying over of items or anything from one to the other. And the first mission was like perhaps technically finishable, but basically unplayable. The second one, the game, well, it didn't crash technically when we finished it, but it, like, finishing the level was entirely indistinguishable from dying or using the menu option to abort and start over. And the third one, I don't think we finished either. That one's a whole mess. But it has the tremendous Sid Chip rendition of the View to a Kill theme song. So it's like basically a good game. Operation Stealth, the Delphine Software point-and-click adventure game, which we did play because it was not originally an official Bond game, but it was released as an official Bond game in North America. And that version also had some very thankful fixes, or like there's some terrible maze sections in that game that were reduced by like 75%, and they were still terrible. That was a game that had like good music and cool presentation, but it was a really bad adventure game. I really didn't like that one. My favorite games so far are definitely the 2 Sega games. I guess we might as well slip my mind here, but we have this. The Duel. I had this game as a kid, and I always kind of liked it, and I sort of appreciated it more coming back to it now. But especially the Master System one, I wouldn't say that it's like overall, or rather universally, better than the Mega Drive one. The Mega Drive game has better music, great sound in general, and some cool stuff going for it. But the Master System one has like better level design and really cool boss fights. This is definitely a game I would recommend. Like, if you're into 8-bit platformers, I would not hesitate for a second to recommend James Bond on the Master System. But I also really liked License to Kill on the Amiga. That one was pretty great too. And License to Kill and The Spy Who Loved Me on the Amiga. They were pretty sick. We've got some Taito music going on here. Anyway, GoldenEye is our main concern for tonight. We have, I think, about 2.5 missions left of the main campaign, and depending on how things go tonight, we might dig into some of the post-game extra stuff, we might not. But our main concern is simply finishing the campaign, and whatever might come after that, we'll worry about that when we get there. So, without further ado, let's get into it, shall we? Power walk Brosnan. He's in a real hurry to get somewhere. Oh, we got Snowsuit Bond this time. Commando Natalia. What's up, Dino? Please, welcome. Yeah, I've of course talked about this at length, but this is a game I didn't really play much back in the day. I played it a little bit, but I was never an N64 fan. I always thought the controller was weird. I always thought the games were really ugly and ran terribly. Like I just did not care for the N64 or the experience of playing it. I of course was still exposed to some of it. I had friends who had N64s. I played them in game shops and whatever, but I was just like never that into it. And I was primarily a PC gamer at the time, and I was really into like competitive Quake and stuff like that. So as like the FPS sort of aspect of this was just like not impressive, especially the multiplayer part. So that, like, you know, that part never meant much to me. I did always kind of appreciate the novelty and innovation of the mission structure, and I thought that was neat, but this was a game I certainly had more respect for on a kind of hypothetical level than I ever felt much enjoyment. So coming to it now, it's been interesting. There are things that I appreciate that I think I appreciate more than I would have back then. There's a lot of stuff that's like genuinely pretty interesting, like the fact that it's so unconventional in almost every way. They had a lot of their own ideas how to do stuff, and some of them I think are pretty great, some of them not so much. The sound design is phenomenal, and it really does a lot of the heavy lifting for making it like feel good and fun to play. The feel of the guns, like normally any game that runs at like a terrible frame rate is just not going to feel very good. So the fact that the guns feel as nice as they do despite how the game performs, like I think that's pretty impressive. But there are a lot of things about this game that are very annoying. I would say everyone says that Bunker 2 is like the real kind of wall, and it's true up till this point. Like up to and including Surface, the game is very fun. You don't have to worry too much about anything. And then this is the first like serious stealth level, and it took me like 2 hours to figure out how to play it and how to complete it. After that, Statue was fun, and then like from there on out, every level has been kind of a pain. Actually, Train was fun, and I didn't have too much trouble with Jungle. Like there's been stages that have like weren't so bad, but like essentially every single one of these stages have been like filled with a sense of dread, where it's like going into the stage, it's like you just know that there's going to be a whole bunch of stuff that you have no like way to predict how you have to tackle it for it to be kind of doable. It becomes a completely different sort of problem-solving experience that, you know, can be rewarding. But anytime I finish a mission in like the second half of the game, it feels like I somehow cheesed something and got one over on the game. Like it doesn't feel like I played the game as intended. Which is kind of an odd feeling. And there's a lot of stuff with how like the stealth works, and as we'll see on Control, especially the turrets, which are just like absolutely ludicrous. It's kind of an annoying game. But it's also pretty cool. You know, coming at it from the perspective of having played the other Bond games that came before it, it is really obviously a lot more sophisticated in its ability to include a lot of the Bond trappings, the whole mission briefing stuff, like the little incidental kind of dialogue bits you get, you know, from M and Q in the briefing, the way you actually get to use gadgets. Like, there's not really any vehicle sections. There's the tank stuff, but there's no like driving, which in fairness was not a huge part of the movie either, but it's like kind of the part of the Bond formula, right? There's stuff that you could add to this formula, which they would be added basically in subsequent games, but compared to what came before it, like, it's a pretty cool Bond experience. What's up, Kosa? We'll try to avoid spoilers. We'll see how it goes. Everything's totally easy from now on. Well, we gotta finish Control first. We'll see. I'm kind of hoping, like, my vague recollection of what the final level is. I know that there's some kind of, like, boss fight against 006 on the satellite dish, because that's, like, the climax of the movie. And in my head, at least, I know that that's not a geographically large level. But I guess that doesn't mean much. There's stages that like are quick to finish, but it takes like an hour to learn how to finish it. Control's a breeze. Well, we got a lot of the early parts of it figured out, so hopefully it won't take too long to figure out the remaining parts. Routine, I have to protect her while she's hacking into the Yana's computers. With any luck, she'll be able to stop the GoldenEye from firing. So that's pretty much the part we got to, and I still were able to do some good... Like, every subsequent attempt, once we kind of learned how to get past the turrets in the beginning, we made good progress. So hopefully that'll keep going. I don't know what to expect from the following levels, but I will not even think about them until we get there. I just hope that I can remember anything. All right, so there's going to be I'm opening this, backing up so I don't get shot. Dashing past this. Alright, there's only the 3 of them. Okay, totally misjudged that. Nice shoot. I'm not sure if I think I might be... I don't think I'm hitting it. Oh, there we go. I was going to say, I think I'm at least aiming at some part of the turret. Turns out I was. Right. I did take at least one hit there, but... half health. Not sure if I'm actually hitting it. Go. There's probably better technique for that, but there we go. Yeah, I will ask for advice when I want it. There's a dude over there, and there's guys there, right? At this point, I just need to like warm up a little bit too, because it's been a few days since I played, so I don't like have a natural feel for anything. All right, so she should be good now. So I think I'm just trying to remember. Yeah, I did find a spot where I could like, I don't remember where I was at, but I could find a spot to aim at the second turret without it like Like I did with the first one here, I found a spot where I could shoot it without being seen. So I should try it a little bit harder to find that, I guess. Oh, did she not unlock it yet? No, there we go. So I remember this room giving me a bit of trouble. Right, if I do that, I have to actually aim. Right, grenades. Alright, something else exploded. Gotta deal with fucking opaque smoke and getting stun locked. Right, we're at like 2 health, so... not a great attempt. That guy, yeah, fucking superhero over here. Yeah, this part always gives me trouble. So, like, at this point, I'm not considering this, like, a viable attempt, but any, like, redoing any part of it is probably going to be potentially helpful for just familiarizing myself with some of the scenarios. You never know. Like, for example, if we make it to the protecting Natalia part, we could learn something new about it. Boris. Actually, I'm curious about this. Does he like have more dialogue here? Because it seems like he takes off. Yeah, as soon as I turn my back, basically. Should kill the guards up here. Kind of like retracing my steps here to see if I remember. And there's armor over here. Weird auto crouch. Well, it's less weird here than in the weird little train floor hatch section. I don't think there's anything else up here, right? Nope. So the idea was floated last time. Oh yeah, I have to go get her. And she will start hacking when I, like, stand next to her. But we got the whole second room. I think is over here. Yeah, with the dudes in the turrets. And there is another mainframe in there that I suspect that we have to explode. But I'm kind of curious to just do this part to see how it goes, to see what we can learn about it. The idea was floated to wow, okay. Have this break. It seems kind of unbreakable, or at least very hard to break. I'm pretty sure we shattered some of this using explosives. Yeah, we'll see. Like, I'm a little bit mentally preoccupied, so I'm not gonna worry about it for now. So I wonder if you can... I don't think that makes a difference. So I have 6 of these. There's one more I can blow up in the next room, and I don't know how many else are left after that. But more than one, because I didn't finish the objective. I guess, you know, in the name of research, we're presumably not finishing the level anyway. Yeah, that doesn't seem... Ooh, never mind. I wonder if I could have exploded... I wonder if I can, like, strategically place... Oh, that works. I don't know that that would have exploded the computer inside, but probably I could... Maybe if I go up here, and instead of placing it on the mainframe, I shoot it, like, on the floor here. Maybe it can explode in the mainframe and the windows. Because that means I wouldn't even have to use any more mines. So I don't have all the... Yeah, because even here... Yeah, I think there used to be glass here, right? And it got blown up by this. So maybe instead of throwing it on this thing... Because I think... Yeah, just like for the sake of it. Okay, so maybe some of these are just flat out unbreakable. Because I was thinking that too, like, when I shot that a bunch and it didn't break, I was like, well, it makes sense that this would stay opaque because they're probably like spawning enemies back here or something. But the fact that they are breakable, just that it takes a bunch of hits is quite funny to me. Oh yeah, keep getting accidentally squeezed in under the staircase. I mean, I do have full armor, so I will survive for a while, but she won't. Yeah, basically you have to stay down with her here for the enemies to begin pouring in. But they basically will have to be on the ground floor here to start shooting at her, it seemed like. So the major concern is like shooting them as they pour in. And I was taking out a bunch of guys as they were running down the stairs. But I don't know if I failed to notice guys or if some guys just come in on the ground floor. Oh, that was the same guy, I think. I might be better off letting them run down the stairs. They seem to be not piling in like too many at once. Alright, fucking sniper over there. You're shooting from pretty far away. I think there's a guy on my left. No, maybe that was just a computer screen. I was trying to block her. Yeah, it's hard to say how long was left. Definitely the guys with the hats that can, like, they snipe, they come through those doors and start shooting from all the way over there. Oh, maybe these guys can have hats too, I don't know. Right, so I guess some guys run all the way over here and come through here. I don't know. Yeah, my reloading timing was not good there. But I got further than I have before. Having these panes shot out kind of helped. So I'm curious to see if these can blow up too. Yeah, okay. I'm definitely going to experiment with my mine placement. In fact, let's try this. I switched. I think I ran out of mines, so it automatically switched to the detonator. And when I tried to use the quick detonate command, I swapped weapons again, and then I screwed up. I want to do a little more research on how I can potentially place the mines. No, Natalia can withstand a little bit of gunfire. But once they start shooting at her, they won't really stop shooting at her until she's dead. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I hit it there. Nice. Okay. Ah, okay. Can hug this. Whoa! Okay, so see, this like bumps out just a slight bit further, and it seemed like if I bumped up against that, it didn't necessarily start shooting. Yeah, but I can't lean. I'm strafing left here. I'm pushing back against the wall, but as soon as I can slide in behind this little pillar, I'm far enough left for the turret to see me. Okay, there we go. Hitting it? I think I might be. Yeah, there we go. So I don't know. Maybe hard to say exactly how it saw me, but it looks like I can. I mean, obviously, I was further left than I was, kind of behind this pillar, so that seems to work. What's up, Lurk Hard? We're coincidentally playing pretty hard here. Alright, that was easier to see. I think I'm hitting the roof, or the ceiling rather. There we go. Actually, whoa! That was quick to come out. Oh, that's a much better start. Getting a decent grip on how to tackle those turrets. They were wonderful. Yeah, I didn't get hurt or anything. Did I get this gun? You just look at this Nintendo 64 soup on the floor and just have to guess as best you can whether there are any guns there. I keep glancing over to my other screen to see chat, and every time I see my OBS preview window, it's like, man, you guys, you're seeing way better than I am. Because I've got this light blaring in my face. Technically, I could bump the brightness a little bit on my screen, I guess, but eh. I'm getting the true N64 experience. Right, she has to. Here we go. We got him. So I don't really have a good answer for this room, though. Oh my god, see, I just fucking... That's a grenade. Fucking hate the lingering explosions. Say nothing of the lingering smoke. That wasn't even the corner. Okay, I totally misinterpreted visually what's happening there. Not great, but better than before. We're at what, like 75%? I even took less than I thought. PlayStation kid. I had a Mega Drive that, like, one of the last things I remember was playing. My friend got Batman Forever for Christmas in '95, and we played that, and at one point we played it at my place. And that's like one of the last things I remember. Like, that Christmas break of '95, '96 was like the last time my Mega Drive was functional. And from then, I wasn't really... Oh. I didn't really play games on console until I got a Dreamcast in like 2001. It's those guys, okay. I still played a lot of console games because I had friends who had consoles, and I spent a lot of time after school hanging out in like video game shops. But I was definitely not a PlayStation or N64 or Saturn or, I don't know, 3DO, CDI person. Love that so much. Ah, meat shield! Oh, that's the worst part, where someone's like very slowly dying in front of someone else, where they like soak up all the bullets. Yeah, I didn't play this much in multiplayer, but whenever I did, I just like didn't think too highly of it. I remember when I was in college in like '05, one of my classmates had like a, I don't know, he had like rich parents, and he was living in his like, or he had this little like sort of garage extra house thing where he sort of was staying. They had this big like movie / gaming room. So we'd play a bunch of games on like a big projector and stuff. Like it was pretty sick. And at some point, like, cause he had an N64 with this like vintage pirate floppy disk, whatever, I forget exactly, but I remember looking, it kind of looked like a 64DD. It was something you like, you stacked the N64 on top of this device, and you used some kind of discs or whatever and play whatever off it, which was kind of cool. I just remembered one of those times we hung out, we played this game, and I was like loudly complaining that like, oh man, this game sucks, it's whatever. Like, it was definitely not a DD because it was a pirate device. I mean, there were like floppy drives for the Super Famicom and whatever else too. Like, it was, I think his dad had like got a bunch of stuff like that from like Taiwan or Hong Kong or something back in the 90s. In any case, at some point we played, because my other friends, they were like, I don't know, something closer to an N64 kid growing up, I guess. And they were like, oh man, GoldenEye, it's the best. So I'm like, oh man, I don't know, it's like chuggy, it's weird and awkward. And we played like one game of multiplayer, and I like fucking smoked them. And I didn't even enjoy it. I didn't even care. I was just like, I mean, it really came down to like using a proper control scheme so you can actually walk and strafe and aim at the same time, which you really cannot with the default one. And like, hey, turns out if you can like circle strafe around people, you can kill them pretty easily. So we didn't end up playing GoldenEye more than once. I mean, I think it's a tremendous technical achievement, but you know, if you have experience or access to proper like PC online multiplayer, or even, you know, network multiplayer, GoldenEye is not terribly impressive, like in a kind of a universal, like general sense. Yeah, if you only have Super Nintendo Doom, you're not really getting the full experience. It's fair to say. All right. So get Boris out of the way first. Whoop. That's so good. Aha. Okay, so right now we can look around. So yeah, see, this is closed. Wow, another big raid. Pixel Turkey, the Pixel Raid. Greetings, everybody. Welcome, welcome. We are sciencing our way through the level control in GoldenEye. It is essentially, for all intents and purposes, my first time playing through this game, so please refrain from instructing me or hinting me towards success. But do feel free to frustratedly cheer me on as I try to slowly piece things together on my own. Welcome, everybody. We are in the midst of my little project, which I like to call Games Bond, in which we are chronologically going through 50 James Bond computer and video games, as well as some mobile phone games. And we have made it all the way up to GoldenEye, which has been a entertaining but at times frustrating experience. It's a cool game, but it's very annoying in some places. It is very innovative and unconventional as far as FPS game design goes, but it is also a little weird. All right, we got grenades. That's gonna kind of complicate things a little bit. Yeah, we were talking about that before. Like, at the time, I was a PC gamer, so I was like knee deep in playing Quake online. So my main like recollection of GoldenEye multiplayer is that it was very unimpressive and kind of slow and whatever. It's not bad. It's cool that they were able to do it, and it's not necessarily a terrible game in its own right or anything. But as an avid FPS gamer, it was never that impressive to me in the 90s or now. Did I play any 1980s text-based James Bond games? We sure did. We played through the two Angelsoft text adventures, Goldfinger and A View to a Kill. I would not say that either of them was like terrific, but they were pretty interesting. Okay, so right now I'm curious. I don't know exactly the range. Let's try like popping it. It bounces on the floor. Okay, we're learning that at least. Okay, that was enough to hit the mainframe, but not the window. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem like we would have enough range. Probably, I don't know. Some of the window might have taken some damage. So if I do that, okay. Yeah, see, the top window probably broke sooner because it had already taken some damage from the mainframe, maybe? We're gonna lead Natalia in here to do some hacking, and while she is, we're gonna be attempting to stave off an onslaught of Russian troops. And so if that's not gonna break, maybe that's not a concern. I wonder if I do this. Mis-aimed, but yeah, that didn't break the mainframe. All right. And we're trying to clear out some of these panes of glass to make it a little easier to see where the enemies are coming. And I reckon we want to be a little careful with how we're using these remote mines, because we also need these to explode some armored mainframe. Or mainframes, plural. I don't know how many of them there are, but I know we've never completed the objective, so there's got to be a bunch of them. Right. That's interesting. Normally I kill these guards by exploding the mainframes below. but not this time. Oh, that's exploded, right? Okay, yeah, that... Okay, okay. Yeah, this game is, like I said, like, it's very unconventional. It doesn't really build off of any, like... anything you would expect from any... like, PC FPS is really... And I think it's cool, in a way. It sort of is its own evolutionary... I guess I can't call it evolutionary dead end, because we got Perfect Dark in the Time Splitters games. But it's certainly its own branch. From all I've heard, like, Perfect Dark I've played much less than this. And I heard from a lot of people that that runs worse than this because they've got, like, even more ambitious. It does support the expansion cartridge thing, but I think that's only for, like, enabling the high resolution mode or whatever, which again, I would assume make the game run worse. I'm not sure. Obviously, there are plenty of other ways, official and otherwise, to play this game and Perfect Dark with better performance, but we're aiming for as authentic of an experience as I can conjure up. We are playing on emulator, but I've tried my hardest to set something up that is reasonably faithful to an actual N64 experience. So there's turrets in there and some dudes. Hopefully we can coax the dudes out here. I think there's just 3 of them. Aiming is so finicky. That's annoying. It's always nice if you don't have to use the aim. The other one's like further away, right? Nice, okay. So I'm doing this now. I don't know if this is like what you should be doing, basically, but because we don't have a bunch of guards to worry about right now, that's how I would prefer to do this. These things are pretty lethal. Alright, that's good enough. We're here. I love that you can see, it's so, like, whoa, okay, gotta be careful. You don't want to be walking into any lingering fire. Any, like... Okay. Destructible object will get, like, tinted darker as you shoot it. So I could actually see right there that the... turret was turning darker. Nice. Okay, so that was great. I was able to get rid of this grenade because having the grenade in the inventory makes the weapon cycling not what I'm used to, and that's pretty dangerous. Up Newfie Bang. I'm not sure, like I said, I haven't really played Perfect Dark. I would imagine that the expansion would be like more crucial for multiplayer than the campaign, but that could be true. I actually have no idea. But I'm pretty sure it was like an optional thing, that there's like an optional high resolution mode. And I think that's typically like with games that supported but didn't require the expansion. That's kind of what that allowed for. But I'm absolutely not speaking from a place on knowledge or authority here. Thy Lord Rude, thank you for the follow. So one thing I'm curious about here is these corner parts indeed are blown up by, like when I blew this up. But now I'm thinking, because when these doors open, you have some of those like sniper dudes who fucking shoot from right over here. I wonder if it's a better strat to avoid exploding these corner panels if it's possible. Like, what if I place the mine much further over here so it just barely explodes the mainframe, and we have to navigate, because you can still get there just taking this route, right? So I wonder if that means that we have fewer vectors, because we have enemies coming down the stairs, and we'll have enemies coming in through the door. Because this wall is normally here. No one's going to come through here, I don't think. So I wonder if it's kind of the opposite almost, where instead of making sure to blow up more glass to see more enemies, we should kind of be making sure to not blow up these panes. I don't know. Got the expansion pack for Perfect Dark because it was required. Yeah, I remember a friend of mine, when I was living in Japan, they got a Majora's Mask cartridge and couldn't read Japanese, so they didn't realize that it had a sticker on it that said like, hey, this requires the, because it was just a loose card, but the shop had a sticker on the cartridge that said like, hey, you need the expansion pack for this, because it apparently required it. So there certainly were games that required it. I don't know how many games supported it in the first place. I reckon not a huge amount, given that the N64 didn't really have a huge amount of games, period. But I think most of the games that supported it didn't require it, but I could be wrong. Well, I feel like I'm still just researching and messing around, but we're still essentially on a better attempt than usual, except I didn't get, well, I was gonna say I didn't get the armor yet, but I can get her to get into position first anyway, because she won't start hacking until I'm there to protect her. I think as long as... I guess I did get the armor. Okay. Each attempt is going for so long and I'm getting stuck on tangents that I forget where I'm at, what I'm doing. I guess I should use, like, I don't know, stereo sound. Oh my god, okay. So much for guys not coming through there, I guess. Where the fuck are they shooting from? Are they shooting from behind the glass? Okay. Yeah, you hear the elevator ding. I'm not sure where that guy's running. I could hear like her getting hit. All right, it was that guy. Okay. So they are, in fact, shooting from those corners. Like, I could hear her getting... You could hear her, too, if you were listening for it. And she definitely takes a couple of hits, but the guys aren't going to pop in to shoot her once and then stop shooting. They will continue to shoot her. So all it takes is for one enemy to be shooting at her. And if you're not, like... If I can see where it is, I'm, like, turning around slowly. Oh, it's over there. And I shoot it, like... That's still enough time for her to get hit quite a bit. All right, please don't shoot. I'm just leaving, okay, guys? No, I'll just leave. I'll just leave. We'll forget this ever happened, and we'll try again. Okay, so next strat is we're gonna do the exact opposite, and we're gonna trust that Russian soldiers are not trained to force their way through opaque panes of glass, and that if we don't break them, they're not gonna come through over there, and we'll only have to deal with them coming down the stairs. We'll see how that works. Like, even if that doesn't work, I'm still curious to see... I'm curious to see if I can get a better grip on, like, the different routes they might be taking. Whoops. It's a bad reload. Luckily, I can strafe out of the way. Yeah, no comment. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to, like, aim without the aim mode, so I can just, like, be kind of locked onto it without having to hold the analog stick. Perfect. Okay. So, okay. See? I don't really trust it to not have a bullet slip through there. Alright, that'll do. Nice. It's so tremendously satisfying. Not that the shooting itself in this instance feels great, but it's more like getting one over on these asshole turrets. Alright, I should use this gun. What am I doing? Oh. Whoop. Almost didn't see you there. Nice. I mean, I guess, yeah, I can see if... Like, it's just like once you're in the mission, like, I don't like restarting. Yeah, this guy over there, like, I guess this guy is just used to hearing so much fucking turret gunfire that he doesn't care if he hears gunshots. I guess he also doesn't care if he hears people screaming because they're dying. Then again, maybe he's deaf. Maybe he has no sense of hearing because of prolonged exposure to turret gunfire. Seems plausible to me. Alright. I can see what's happening. There's gunfire, and eventually I hear, ugh, and then there's no gunfire, so we're good. And there's this shit. I wonder if I can, like... Let me try this. Hello, guys. Oh, shit. Okay, well, that wasn't great, but I just wanted to see if I could, like... Can I bait them to come... Ooh, I guess I don't want them to throw grenades down here, but hopefully that exploded some of them. Been known to happen. They seem like pretty set in their positions. They don't really like to move. Well, fuck this. So getting through into that little room with the mines, not really trivial. I mean, I could have gotten astronomically unlucky to get hit there, but because I always get hit there, that doesn't seem to be the case. But as far as like cover and shooting, like I feel like being on the left side of that, like I was there, is like does make that easier to a degree. But not taking the whole grenade situation into account, which quite frankly you have to. Oh, I completely misjudged where that thing is. Okay, so let's just... Oh, okay, this does seem... I don't really trust it, but we might as well. This is like a weird run already, right? So it's funny that sometimes, yeah, see? That guy does come out. Alright, well, I've had runs with worse starts than this go on for quite some time, so at the very least we'll get to the control room to test some glass exploding theories. Yeah, let's go for 00 agent. Screw it. I mean, I guess I'd have to beat the rest of the game on 00 to get this far, though. We completed Dam on 00, but I think that's going to be it for the foreseeable future. Do I have to? No. Every time I second guess whether I can just wait here, I start turning around and going towards her, and then she opens it. Did I really just get the two of them? Oh. Weirdly quick. They're almost hiding, or I somehow did. Grenade. At least I can hear, and in some cases even see the grenades coming. Dude, they're both alive. I got hit like an extra 3 times there. Okay, I didn't think I would have killed both of them, but I didn't realize one of them would just be standing there. Alright, this is a weird attempt for sure. Yeah, I really don't like them just like piling up in front of each other. That always spooks me a little bit. Remember if there's the 4th guy. Yep. Nice. Quick. I guess I don't know if you have to like, I wonder if you can just completely ignore Boris. Like, I wonder if aiming at him somehow triggers him pulling the gun or dropping it, or if he'll just run away. Okay, so I want to avoid breaking this, and it wouldn't surprise me if these specific paints are like designed to break very easily. I'm kind of wondering like how far away. Oh yeah, they're gonna like not stick to the floor. What if I do this? Okay. A little bit too far. A nice little... Didn't break any glass though. Like I can actually see. Okay, so it's right, left. Whoa. Hello. I don't know where that guy came from, but okay, sure. So what if we aim like right here? That should be close enough, right? Yeah. Oh, okay. I just realized something. Ah, okay. This pane exploded, like, or shattered, because I figured the explosion of the mainframe itself caused it. And I realized, like, maybe it's designed so that the mainframe explosion itself will break that other pane of glass, but it does not. Okay, so that's doable. Is that the guy that was supposed to be up here? Yeah, I'm confused. Let's try to do kind of the opposite here. Let's throw this on the far wall. Should be close enough. Just double check. Yep. And oh, there's the gun. Go grab the armor. Yeah, the sound design I think is the like unassailably excellent part of this game. Like nothing about how it's aged or its relation to other similar games or anything like it. It's just straight up very well considered, well executed, nice to listen to, cool, fun music, like great gun sounds. Really good sound design. So I will want to, oh yeah, I have to, I forgot. I have to take the long way around now because I didn't break the glass. So we'll go down here. Sorry, I always forget where this little staircase is. And we'll deal with this stuff. And hope that that doesn't... Shit. Okay. Oh my god, there's one more dude. I guess there was only 3 of them that ran through the door last time, but then there was a 4th guy in the room. So, yeah, I was gonna say, like, okay, the turret... Alright, okay. I was thinking, like, I wonder if they can shoot this pane through the door or something, but they wouldn't be able to do that, so... Might help if I actually equip a weapon. Nice. So I'm stepping away, so I'm outside the turret's range. You're wondering what the heck I'm doing. Okay, that's a bit weird. Okay. Well, that should be clear out of the way, I would hope. Analog aiming is... There we go. It's so awkward. This part... A little nerve-wracking. Good. Perfect. Nice. Okay, so just in case there's still a dude here somewhere. Oh, okay, we're good. Oh, see, this is the worst part of this. Like, that's like, I don't know, 10-15 minutes messing around with this, like trying to be a little careful with it. And now we get to begin attempting like the hard part slash the thing. I'm like, I wonder how to do this. Okay, so before we call her over, let's just do one last scouting. So if we are to assume that enemies will not shoot through the panes of glass to open up new paths, which is absolutely just pure speculation, but if that is the case, that means they have to come through one of these two staircases, and will not really be able to sneak up on me, or more importantly, her. If that's the case, then that should, like, tremendously, well, I was going to use the word simplify. That's maybe a little optimistic, but it should help. It should mitigate this entire situation, let's say. So let's find out. Of course, if we do it, then we're heading into blind territory, which is very scary, but it will mean progress, so... Yeah, trying to do shit like this fast is... Like, it's one thing where there's stages where you just have to kind of run for it and shoot. But we have to deal with, like, I don't know, a bunch of turrets and shit. Okay, they're pouring down to the right. Yeah, I had a grenade. Okay. At least I can hear the glass breaking when that happens. That's helpful. Gonna be a guy coming in through the bottom right here, probably. Oh my god! Okay, so that... I don't know where the fuck that guy was coming from. Down the stairs here, I guess. Oh! But I saw a second... Like... Fuck, I hate... that these guys are... invisible. Or, not invisible, silent. Man, I can't even speak. The fact that you can't hear if anyone is coming until they start shooting, and by the time they start shooting, if they're not shooting at me, then it's like already too late. Well, if you say no comment, I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm not going to ask you for clarification on what you are now commenting on. Basically, don't acknowledge anything I'm saying in terms of explaining how anything works, or deliberately, demonstratively not doing so. Like, I don't mean to discourage engaging in chat. Please do. But it's like... I'm gonna obviously, I'm just like, I'm explaining my train of thought. I don't want to sit here in silence and just play. I want to explain what's going through my head and what I'm like, the you know, what I'm thinking about trying to, you know, to figure out. But that's not in this specific instance. Like, I can't have that be like an invitation for everyone to explain. It's just one of those things where, as you know, I'm not super sensitive to spoilers typically, but if someone asks like, oh, can I explain this, like, I can't say yes, please do. I will have to say, please don't. Like, you know, I wouldn't have thought about it much otherwise, but if forced to take a stance on it, like, I'd rather, for the time being, go through the journey of figuring it out. No, it's fine. Like, I don't mean to... I'm saying this, I don't mean to, like, chew you out personally. There's a lot of people watching right now, and I'm sure a lot of people who didn't watch previous streams. So, I figure it doesn't hurt to be a little overly, you know, overtly clear on my stance on spoilers and hints. No, that's fine. Like I said, it's not, no one's done anything wrong, but I just want to preempt any instances of that. We could absolutely reach a point where I just get too frustrated with this to where I'm gonna like, all right, let's solicit some advice and see if I can apply it and if that helps. But I'm not at that point just yet. Jody underscore with 51 months of straight suplexing. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, for sure, Icarus. I have streamed Dark Souls at one point in history, and I've watched others do it, and it's like, that like meme photo of the dude in the classroom and his fucking veins popping. That's like literally all of chat, whether they are chatting or not. That's everyone in chat, and it's just like, I've had people, oh, I got sniped. I've had a lot of people, well, not, I haven't had, but I've seen a lot of people like excitedly anticipating Macaw playing Dark Souls for the first time, and it's gonna be like, it's gonna be the Metal Gear Solid stream except 100 times worse, and it's gonna last for like 12 streams. That's like a complete nightmare. I definitely don't want to watch that. Or I guess if I'm there, I'll just enable emote only chat, and then chat's going to be completely obnoxious in a completely different way. Like enabling emote only. Wait, I was wonderful, but I got hit. Look, I wasn't wonderful at all. Sub, yeah, sub only actually might be helpful. Because like you could have interesting conversation, but you just like, you need to, you know, not have the all the fucking Dark Souls chatters. Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, I guess that was a relatively wonderful performance. Yeah, I don't know. But basically, long story short, like certain games are just like that, right? And I think Dark Souls is the absolute epitome of that. Do I see? Okay, I guess I have to point the camera towards her because that's when she opens up the door. That's so bizarre. Because I was like over here before and I just turned like that and she opened it. But absolutely, you know, surprising nobody. GoldenEye is also a game that's kind of like that. To be perfectly frank, I'm very glad that it hasn't been worse. Like I have, you know, made an effort to mention on streams that like, all right, don't spoil anything, don't give me hints or whatever, but it hasn't been like a whack-a-mole situation where people keep hinting and I have to keep shouting at people and it's just like a bad time for everyone. Okay, I guess someone's alive there. I think the guy on the far right might still be there. Oh, I guess not. Well, that room went surprisingly well. But I think it's a good idea to like pop out and shoot and then duck here and like try to bait them into throwing the grenade, but like get stuck here, or yeah, I guess here is where it's landed. Because that not only does it potentially take out one or two guys, it also means that the giant fucking smoke plume isn't like right here, where it actually gets a little problematic. Glad you don't care about Souls games, so you never had to experience that. Yeah, Undertale I could imagine for sure. I don't know much about the game, but it's like definitely the kind of... It's the kind of thing where you would potentially, just like I have playing this game, you have people show up to the stream who are first-time viewers who just see someone playing the game they like and like, oh, this looks interesting. I'll pop in here. And like, that's cool. That's fun. I really enjoy that. I usually, for the most part, when I stream, I either stream under just chatting or retro, which are not tags that tend to like invite a lot of new people, like because of the well, not the tag, but like the what do they call it? They don't call it game. The label, whatever. But even if it weren't, like, even if I put the actual game category, I guess is what they call it, even if I put the actual game I'm playing, most of the time I'm not playing stuff that like will attract a specific audience. So whenever I do, it like, if it's something popular, it, you know, I might have some new people show up. And that, you know, it's always fun to have new people show up, especially if they're, you know, if they stick around. But sometimes it can be a little daunting. Is there any reason to not shoot Boris? Yes, you will fail the mission. If you shoot Boris, when you return to Natalia, she's like, you didn't need to shoot him, he was just a programmer. I'm gonna take my ball and go home, and now no one gets to play. And then she just goes back to the elevator, and the mission ends. Which is pretty funny. Alright, so obviously, guys will come through here regardless, and the first time someone shot through the glass, like, I could hear it. But the second time someone shot through this side, I did not hear it, and in fact, they killed her. And so now I'm kind of back to thinking, well, I guess they come through the sides here no matter what. So maybe if I do break the glass, I can see them sooner, potentially. Like, they will be visible running over to their spot and they're sitting down to aim. But they did not seem to ever break these panes to shoot through here. So that means that there's like 2 less spots to worry about. So I think I should definitely make sure to avoid exploding these if possible. So putting it around here on this mark-ish. I don't know where the fuck that went. Not where I wanted it, that's for sure. Well, someone died. Oh, that didn't break. I wasn't aimed sufficiently downwards, I guess. Nice, okay. Taking a bunch of bad hits, which is unfortunate, but... I wonder if I can... That sounded like I exploded it. Nice. Doo-doo flatulato. Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Like it can be this whole, like I said, I'm usually not it's very rare for me. I mean, first of all, I rarely stream stuff that people know very well, so I don't have to worry about it very often. But when I do, like, most of the stuff I play, like, if I'm playing something just for playing it, when it's not part of a thing like this, usually, a great example is if I'm doing, like, a fighting game stream, and it's, like, viewer choice stuff, and people kind of pick favorite games. If it's a game that they know better than I do, then, like, awesome. Like, yeah, please do help explain the game to me, like teach me how mechanics work and everything. But if I'm playing something where like the process of figuring it out and going through it is like the core experience I'm kind of looking for, it's a different story. And like when the whole, like, once it starts coming up, like it can be hard to sort of go back in a way. I mean, not just in the sense that once someone has said something, they can't unsay it, but just as was alluded to, you kind of get into this situation where this kind of, it can be a little uneasy, and that's like never fun. That's why I try not to be like overly like you know, strict about having rules about no hints, no nothing, like, but just, you know, when people unsolicited like starts talking about how you should be doing something, or like people tend to try to sort of cushion it in like, oh shit, I didn't do that. Like not giving outright hints, but like trying to be all coy about it, when it's like there's literally no way you could interpret it other than like what you're trying to hint me towards. Like people some people grossly underestimate like or, you know, like people saying something like oh, I won't tell you what I found in this level or whatever. It's like, oh great, now I know that there's a secret in this level. Like people try to talk around it, not realizing that like any context you provide, like, or the, I guess a simpler example is like if it's an adventure game or something, when people start like guessing, and it's like, oh, it's not a spoiler because I've never played this before. But yeah, the point isn't like, yeah, you're giving me spoilers. The point is like, if I'm trying to figure something out, you are pushing me in the direction of a line of thinking that I wasn't pursuing myself, and that happens so easily that it's like you can't, like, you just can't talk about it without doing it, and that can be really frustrating when if you are specifically wanting to avoid that, or even worse, like if you are very strict about it, like yeah, it can take a lot of different shapes. I don't think it's like it's ever malicious. Well, I shouldn't say ever, but like typically it's not, it doesn't come from a place of malice or wanting to interrupt or anything. Did I get the armor? I did not. But it's more like people don't realize how little it takes to kind of be disruptive. Yeah, I'm saying that's a good thing too. Like, it's like you're watching a movie with someone and they're like, "Oh, this part's fucking great," and you're like, "Oh, okay, thanks." Get ready for this. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I'm ready. Yeah, it can take a lot of different shapes. But I can also appreciate, like, if it's a game you're extremely passionate about. Like, again, that's exactly what happened when Macaw was playing Metal Gear Solid. Like, everyone has their own, like, not only do people, and I think this game is a little bit like that too, not only do people have, like, a big passion for the game, they also have a lot of, like, just built up. Like, I've played this game 100 times, and when I play it, I like to play it like this. I like to do this. This is a cool strat. And like, people don't appreciate, holy shit, this guy just instantly, they have like no memory or recollection or concept of like what a first playthrough looks like. Like, people were super mad at Macaw for fucking not doing every hidden thing in MGS like his first time playing it. I was like, dude, I guarantee you didn't like do every sick hidden little thing the first time you played this game. You just have played it and watched it 100 times since. And like, in a lot of cases, like, yeah, there's stuff that, like, hey, if you're told about this, that's a cool thing you get to experience that you might not have otherwise. But it's also like, you don't need all that your first time through. One's over there. Okay, that's potentially a PB. Calming down. Holy shit, can you hack a little faster, please? She was taking hits. Oh, I'm holding the trigger, okay. She got killed. Oh my god. I heard her scream. She was like, ah! But she somehow survived. What the fuck? Alright. Ah! Yeah, for sure the opponent, like, it definitely, like, wanting to share your like, you love a game because there's so much cool stuff you want to, you know, you can do in it, and you want someone you enjoy watching to get to experience all those cool things, and you're scared of them missing out on it. But it's just, again, like, it's just there's kind of a time and place for it. Hang on, let me just I'm getting some like postal update stuff here. I just want to make sure that it's not okay. Good. I thought I was the package coming tomorrow, apparently. I just thought for a second I might have gotten a notification saying there was an attempted delivery that failed, but that does not appear to be the case. Okay, good. I'm waiting for some package deliveries. People are watching a long play in a different tab and backseating from that. That I don't know that I've ever seen that, but that sounds pretty insufferable for sure. Yeah, of course, Bob, like you want to like have a little bit of decorum and like think of when you can share some stuff, but I mean, I can be guilty of that too. Like, even as a streamer, being extremely aware of how that works, sometimes you can kind of slip up. But yeah, some people are worse, and some people are better with that. Like, it was pretty, like, in the end, it didn't, like, it might have saved me from some headaches, but I was legitimately annoyed at the end of Operation Stealth, where it's like there was someone who like came in and kind of politely asked if they could give hints, and I was like, made it very, very clear that no, I don't want hints. This game is fucked, and I will eventually ask for hints when I need them, and I will ask very specific questions so that I don't get more information than I want. And they were like, okay. And then like 10 minutes later, they just started giving hints, and like, not even, I don't know, they just like, I think they gave some kind of hint, and I like yelled at them for giving me hints, and then like immediately following that, they tried to be like cryptic with their hints, where it's like, oh cool, cryptic hint, it's like extremely obvious what you're talking about, so I guess I'm supposed to use this item. Okay, cool, thank you for like going directly against my expressed wishes. Like, I'm getting heated just thinking of it. Well, channel rules is like, doesn't work. People click past that. People don't actually, I mean, what that does is give you carte blanche to ban them or whatever, which you have anyway. So unfortunately, I mean, I think it's a good thing that people have to acknowledge and click through chat rules. I think that's a good feature, but it does not actually prevent people. I mean, you can have, case in point, like Goaty, you can have a big flashing no hints sign on the stream overlay, and it's not, people, it's not gonna stop people. Just like people can watch a stream that has this kind of layout, and they'll be like, oh hey, what you're playing, like what game are you playing? I was like, well, you can try looking at the stream and see if you can maybe find a hint, maybe somewhere here, like maybe you can piece together what I'm playing. But some people are just like, I don't know, they go on complete autopilot. Yeah, exactly. It's just a reflex to click past stuff, and it's, you know, it's understandable. It's no one's fault. It's just kind of how it is. Yeah, I agree, opponent. Like, if you have, and I think it's important to have rules. I think like having kind of a code of conduct that you try to enforce with regards to all kinds of things. Like spoiler type stuff, it basically only affects me, but there can be a lot of other things, like the way people chat, that can make others uncomfortable and stuff. And like, if you have clear rules against that, you know, it's certainly helpful if you have moderators to, like, I mean, I have mods, but I don't have like a moderating team or a moderating policy or anything like that. Like, I, perhaps against my better judgment, trust my mods to, you know, basically the only thing that ever comes up is like bots, and if I'm like, either I ban the bot and it shows up, or some mod does it before I can get to it. That's pretty much it. So in the grand scheme of things, like, I don't get too much stuff like that to worry about, but sometimes, I don't know, I've had to time out people here and there, I suppose. Yeah, I've had a few unruly people who are just like, I don't know, not entirely thoughtful and respectful, I guess. But anyway, let's not likes to ask smug questions to get around. But I mean, that's the worst thing, right? Like, people who think they're clever for trying to circumvent rules, as if I'm supposed to be like impressed that, like, oh, here's the thing I don't want people to do. It's like, oh, you made an extra effort to like subvert my rules to do this, but in an attempt to get by on a technicality, and I'm supposed to reward that? Like, fuck off with that noise. That's just, again, not something I have to deal with much, luckily, but I just want to play games and have fun, right? And I want people to enjoy their time here as well, and not gonna, like, I don't know, people who want something else. I don't know. Hey, what's up, soldier? Yeah, people are like weirdly antagonistic. It's I can't. Anyway, guys, we have officially made more progress in this level than in any of our previous attempts. We have disabled the GoldenEye satellite. Natalia took off somewhere. I don't really know where she went. It would be great if at this point onward she can defend herself and/or stay out of harm's way. I would assume that she went through one of these doors that were previously locked. Oh, shit. I guess she left. Okay. Wow. Now I just have to survive, which might be easier said than done, but I still have to destroy mainframes and find the exit. Saw that there were dudes, but they're probably going to keep spawning. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, it's the same thing with like blocking people on Twitter or whatever. Like, you just, and that's definitely a problem I have. Like, you can't be too like reluctant to like stop stuff that genuinely is going to disrupt. Please. Oh, fuck, that's not the last one. Okay, I'm a little scared now. I'm about to die. And it's a big-ass open room where I'm gonna get sniped. And that looks kind of exity. Don't fucking make it, because I'm getting shot at from every direction. Okay, so the annoying part here isn't that I didn't clear the stage, it's that I don't know what's left. But there was one door to the right, and whatever's off to the left. But I know that when she's done hacking, that's it, we're done. I don't need to worry about her anymore. That's great. And I definitely took a couple of extra hits just waiting around in the control room. I think it is absolutely the right call to take out the side room first, because I would not want to have to do that with the enemies pouring in. At least on Twitter, you can mute someone so they can just talk to a wall before they get bored. Yeah, that's not a good idea either, because they get to fucking wreak havoc in your mentions. So like you can, again, luckily I don't have a big problem with like Twitter trolls, but if you're attracting that kind of people, you can post a thing, and if you have them muted, they'll reply to you and probably other people in your replies, and you won't see it. So like, you're definitely better off blocking them. And if they're proud of that, then whatever. Enjoy. You want to just nip toxicity in the bud as much as you can. Don't give people a platform. Like if they're, if they're bragging to their followers that you think they're a piece of shit and block them, like whatever, that affects me zero. Okay. Progress. I'm feeling less confident by the minute here that we will finish this game tonight, but we'll try our best. I was gonna say, please don't hit me here. Off to a great start. It was like very barely visible to the point where it's like, oh, it doesn't shoot me. And then after like a second, it started shooting me. I guess like the turret is kind of scanning back and forth. So technically its like vision cone also shifts. Oh, I was gonna say this is scary because it will eventually hit me. Yeah, I'm taking a couple of needless stray hits here. This one's like weirdly easy to bypass its range. Yeah, I would think like explaining stuff that's in a manual or like the player is surely expected by design to understand is like ought to be fair game. Oh, I still qualify for wonderful apparently, but as you say, you know, that's according to your standards, and people might have different standards. People might be going for like the rental experience, or hey, I just got a box full of Amiga floppies from my cousin experience. If that's what you're looking for, then you know, then maybe having some of that explained can be a frustrating experience. At the end of the day, it's up to the streamer what they want, and I suppose who they want in their chat. Absolutely. But it can be like, it's not, you know, kind of building off of what I was saying before, like building a community can be kind of tricky, because it's like, there's a lot of stuff where kind of if you are it take very little to start inviting behavior that maybe in and of itself seems innocuous, but not only can it be like, could it be a slippery slope, but it's also, it was just taking a little nap behind. Oh, might as well start over at this point. Not only something that in and of itself can be a slippery slope, but something that can make certain people uncomfortable to be around. Like someone mentioned a disagreement between someone in chat and the streamer, creating this like awkward situation. I think in general, if someone is streaming and they're like very visibly having a bad time, I usually leave. Like, I can watch a streamer be frustrated with something if it's like a difficult game, but if someone is like just swearing and whining and just like clearly just, you know, it might not even be because of the game. They might just be having a bad day or whatever, you know? But that's just like not usually very fun company to be in. And you know, if there's an actual sort of sense of conflict between streamer and chat, that can be kind of an extreme version of that. But it's just like, it's great. You know, I think it's quite unusual to have a, well, I guess maybe not. I was gonna say to have like a culture of like recurring antagonistic like dialogue between chat and streamer. And I think like if you include doing so in a joking fashion, I think it's actually probably very common. And of course you're gonna have people who can't kind of naturally have a feel for where you draw the line. And I don't really want that here, because I think like I'll I'll dunk on Goaty or Dino or Macaw or someone because we're friends, but very lightheartedly, you know. But I don't want to like, I don't want a culture of like jokingly being rude, like people to me or me to chat or whatever, because I just think it takes so little for that to not be a joke. And it's like, I'd rather keep things positive. But there's so many things that can just create an atmosphere that some people are just not comfortable with. And a lot of it you can be pretty blind to yourself, because a lot of the time, most of the time, if I'm watching someone and there's something making me not want to watch, I'm not gonna like loudly announce in chat that like, I'm having a bad time, so I'm taking my stuff and leaving. Haram. Like, it's because that doesn't help anything either. Because, you know, maybe some people are enjoying it And it's like, it's not up to me to say how they should be doing things, or like how they should be running their stream or build their community or whatever it is. And maybe it's fine for me to feel uncomfortable and want to leave. But depending on the reason or what's kind of triggering it, that might be something you really don't want. But it can be, I mean, it doesn't have to be kind of, oh, I didn't hear the grenade that time and I lost half health, and what was otherwise a good attempt. Oh, whatever, let's try that again. Yeah, exactly, Shaboy. Like, talking, streamers are not your friends unless you are also friends. Like, but I think that, like, you know, that is sort of inevitable in the sense that, like, some people just lack that filter, and they probably aren't necessarily super great at that in other social situations either, but having the filter of like typing through a keyboard makes it a little more like it I guess for some it removes inhibitions. In other ways, like, it's just they wouldn't perhaps be quite so brazen in person. But I'm sure, like, people who have followings, you know, let's say you are at a, I don't know, a convention or an event or something, and people would like come up to them, like, I'm sure there's a lot of people who get really like uncomfortably friendly and weird people because there's like, oh hey, I'm in your chat, so we can basically like interact in a totally different way, and it like doesn't, I don't think it works like that. Hey, what's up, Lemty? We're trying our best here to bond, game bonding. All right, that's perfect. Actually having it not shoot. So far so good. Can we stay wonderful is the question. All right, let's shoot in the soup and hope for the best. Ah, fucking meat shield. I'm assuming that's, yeah. No, wait, what? I guess I did kill all three of them? Okay, sure. Sounds simultaneously civilized and painful, Bob Saget. That's but as long as like everyone involved like got what they wanted out of it, then that's good. Hey, what's up, Zetsubera? Oh yeah, I need to look at her for her to open the door. But yeah, I mean, it's not like I can pretend to have the answers and like say that, you know, the atmosphere on my channel and the community I'm building is like perfect, or like that I'm fully satisfied with it. That's not to say like, oh, there's a bunch of uncouth elements I wish I could get rid of, but like you know, there's sometimes I can wish like, oh man, it would be fun if there was like more chat activity, or there was more like, it's fun when there are interesting conversations that come up, but sometimes it's pretty quiet. But that, you know, it is what it is. I don't want to like go out of my way to do things I wouldn't otherwise do in the sake of like, for the sake of content engagement or whatever the fuck. It is what it is. But what I'm saying is I don't have like the answer to how to do it. But I try, and it can be a struggle sometimes. Like when tricky situations come up with like unruly people, or like how to best handle it. And I say that as someone who's like deathly afraid of conflict. That it's stuff like that is not always easy. Yeah, space hovercopter. That does not sound like a meaningful or fun conversation. Honestly, I try to refrain from conversations about things sucking in general, or at the very least, if that's where the analysis begins and ends, then like, oh well, then we're done. Because I mean, I too have like very limited patience for. I mean, it's very similar to what we were talking about before, like having a sort of a joking hostility. There's a lot of like very ingrained preconceptions of like, or whatever you'd call it, of like, well, British games are terrible or whatever. But it's like, I mean, it's like the Mega Drive music is bad. You know, they're like extremely ice cold takes like that you hear with stunning regularity, I feel like, from people who really ought to know better. What's up, Sleepy Tabby? Thank you very much for that follow. Appreciate it. Alright, let's remember that these guys are not going to probably get killed by this. So let's make sure we take them out first. Or maybe they did. Okay, good. Okay, we can explode those from below. Or I guess that's a good way to do that. Well, I guess, yeah. Go back here. Well, I'm trying to remember how I even do this level. Yep, that looks good. Okay, cool. I was a little worried that that would not be enough to get the glass, but do this. Doing this in 10 minutes is fucking absurd, by the way. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that you could have strats for that would be faster, but there's like a lot of stuff you have to do. The fourth guy, I guess, doesn't usually come here, so. And back around there. I don't usually get them both on one cycle, so that's fine. Nice, okay. Well, thank you, Bob. I appreciate that. I should also mention that I don't usually have this much. I don't usually have anywhere near this many viewers, and I don't usually have this much chat activity either. And especially given that I'm in a pretty intense section of the game here, I am definitely not having the easiest time keeping up with, much less engaging with chat while I'm doing this. I'm trying. Okay, so I guess that guy left. More N64 chassis colors than N64 nostalgia. Play something Saxman. It's a good name. Yeah, I think the problem with the N64 is more so with the console than its library. I think the N64 is just one of those things where anything that I like on the N64, I like in spite of it being an N64 game and not because of it. There are no like specifics or idiosyncrasies about the N64 hardware that is like endearing to me. Like a lot of my favorite systems, there are like specifics, whether they are like technical in nature or even like for the PS2, for example, there's not anything that really sets the PS2 apart specifically from the GameCube or the Xbox per se, but like there's still a sort of je ne sais quoi about a lot of the games from that period, and some of them happen to be PS2 exclusives, that I can still say that like PS2 games have a certain kind of vibe that I enjoy. But for the N64, it's like I hate the controller. I think everything looks kind of like shit. The audio capabilities, even though there are games like this that sound great, they are limited, and there's few games. Like there are games on Saturn and PlayStation that sound cool because they have CD audio, or in some cases just kind of chip audio, whatever you want to call it. That still sounds cool. I don't know. Like I said, pretty much every console that I genuinely like, there are a lot of the specifics about how it runs games that make it, that has a certain flavor, that has some kind of appeal. But personally, I find nothing appealing about the N64 flavor, and it's a pretty rich flavor. N64 games have plenty of idiosyncrasies. They just aren't ones that I see positively or enjoy. But that's obviously incredibly subjective, and that's going to be influenced by nostalgia and taste and all kinds of things. But there are interesting games in the library, of course. Like the N64 doesn't have much of an overlap with other systems. There are games that are on N64 that are on other platforms. There are arcade ports and what have you, but for the most part, it's a pretty kind of isolated library, you know. But because I don't care for the system, like I really enjoy exploring the libraries of like PS1, Saturn, PC Engine. But for N64, I'm not that like passionate about it. Yeah, I mean the Wii U is a cool system for sure. It has, I mean, a lot of the first party stuff, and otherwise, like, you know, stuff's been ported. I have one. I mean, I bought one when Bayonetta 2 came out, because like, what am I gonna do? Not play the new Bayonetta? And I enjoyed having it. It was kind of a weird thing, but like, yeah, I don't think it was bad. And like you say, you know, as long as there's something on there to justify having it, then that's a game you wouldn't play otherwise. And, you know, that can be enough. And there are absolutely games that made good use of the tablet. So, like, there were interesting things you could do there that you couldn't really do elsewhere. All right. Let's try our best. So I'm staying back here to have it like as easy of a time as possible to watch over the room. But I do, like, if enemies start pouring in, it's kind of halfway important to try to be a bit of a meat shield yourself, so that she doesn't get shot. Whoop, I think I shot her in the head. Dude, holy shit, these guys are fucking Olympic athletes. Auto-aiming on the stairs is always like really weird. Like, it barely works. Ah, don't. Okay, maybe just hovering around her. Took a hit there. It's better he's running off to the other side. Or maybe he's running to the central staircase. Jeez! Like, you just have to turn around, like, just scan back and forth so quickly. Oh, this game is infuriating. What's up, Duke Donuts? Ah. All right, Bob, thank you very much for stopping by. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for not thinking this was such a boring waste of your time that you immediately left. I appreciate it. Hey, even a follow. I'm honored. Yes, we're doing tremendously well. We have been playing for about 2.5 hours, and we've gotten about 2 minutes further into this level than we had yesterday. So that's great. We did get past this section once, and I feel like I must have been close. Like, it's obviously not that easy to keep up with the game's dialogue while you're doing this, but she has like a couple of lines of dialogue, so you can use that to like gauge your progress. Hey, all right, Pixel Turkey, thank you very much for the raid again. Thank you for stopping by, and have a good night. Whoa, right, I forgot about that thing. All right, that was a little bit dicey, but okay, we got there. Oh. This part is like... Never has this game been more British than on this level. Like, the absolute nonsense that you have to do to deal with, like... This is like unhinged. Fully unhinged. This game is British by birth, and it is British by creed. Although it may disguise itself as something else on occasion. Nice. But yes, this was developed by Rare, formerly known as Ultimate Play the Game, who cut their teeth on British microcomputers and became a prolific hired gun developer for the NES before kind of getting real cozy with Nintendo in the mid-90s and creating a lot of the more popular games for the N64, at least in the West. Ultimate get frustrated at the game and doubt its quality. Yeah, that was just a little bit too much of a mouthful. But indeed. I've ever played any of those old isometric Rare computer games. I took about 5 seconds of a look at some of them on Rare Replay. I got that when I got my Xbox One years ago. I haven't spent much time with any of them. For grenade. That's satisfying. Oh. Yeah, and it has to be said, if like... If Bilbo endeavors to try a game, that's usually like a warning sign for the rest of us. Whoa. Atomic Runner with 40 months of unspeakable horror. That is tremendous. Middle-age crisis numbers. Appreciate it. Oh, I guess we're done. I mean, I'm sure rare puzzle platformers don't even scrape like the tip of the iceberg as far as unhinged games Bill has not only played but suffered through the entirety of. He is inhuman, and I say that in the most loving way possible. But he gets really into it, which I think is really cool. Like, it's really compelling. Sometimes, like, he plays games that I don't have the patience to even watch. But I think it's really cool that, you know, having that, like, just unquenchable thirst for a particular type of experience. I think that is quite admirable. And having like I think attitude and mindset is such a huge thing about streaming. Like, very rarely do I watch streams because I'm excited to watch someone beat a game or whatever. Like, it's almost always about, I mean, it's a bit of a cliche slash obvious thing to mention that it's like you watch the okay, the person and not the game. I mean, doesn't make it untrue, but the like, as I mentioned before, having a positive attitude is important to me. Try my best that even when I get really frustrated, not to create bad vibes so that it becomes like uncomfortable to watch. In fact, it's not an entirely irregular occurrence for me to have like reassure viewers that like, fine, I'm doing fine, especially when I'm doing viewers choice fighting games and people pick something where I get stuck on the final boss for an hour, and it's like, oh, it's fine. I wouldn't have let you pick this game if I would not have wanted to play it. I'm just a little bit, you know, just a little bit of a struggle, but that's okay. What's up, Mendel91? We're having a very active chat here today, by the way, which I'm very thankful for. It's very fun. It's keeping my mind off of this nonsense for a little bit. But I'm not quite accustomed to this level of chat activity. So apologies if I'm having a little bit of trouble keeping up. Okay, good. I wasn't sure if that was close enough. You only seem to pick games that are unplayable. Oh, I mean, I'm the one who bought them, so, you know. Whoa! I thought I killed the first guy. Well, whatever. Just do this first. Yeah, I mean, people come to streamers for different things, different vibes, for sure. I think that one's further away, so I can step a little bit closer. Like, I don't know, it's not really for me to judge, right? But it's hard for me to know. I can't gauge the level of positivity or otherwise, you know, say anything about the vibes that the chat. Whoa, it's so funny. Like, it started shooting when I turned around. I don't know if it moved my hitbox or something. I shouldn't have taken it. Cancel on that. but I try at least to maintain a positive attitude, and I'm always like, and that's not like that's not Twitch acting. That's not me putting on anything for the purposes of streaming experience. It's just how I want to approach playing games in general, especially older games, cheap, bad, weird old games, where I have to perhaps make a little bit of an effort to look for something cool to appreciate about it. But that's what I want to, and it's not like that's what I do to get fun out of the experience in the first place. And I mean, having viewers around can definitely help. Thanks for the follow, Newfie. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for stopping by. I had a couple of big raids back to back, and I'm very happy to see some of you new people choosing to stick around. That's very encouraging. Lonely Demon, what is up? No, we are playing this on emulator. I am playing with a USB N64 controller with emulator settings set up to the best of my ability to approximate a faithful N64 experience. I would have played on real hardware if that was an option, but it was sadly not. But yeah, like, I've always liked playing old games, and I've always liked, you know, when I was a kid playing games, the novelty of a game, of playing games, was always an appeal in its own. Like, the idea of dismissing a game on the grounds of it's not good or it's not fun, at a certain point, like, didn't even really exist. It's like, I'm sure people can maybe not necessarily remember the first time, but some people, you might have a formative memory of like watching a movie or playing a game and kind of going, wait, like, I'm not sure what's happening here, but for some reason, in some way, I'm not enjoying this. And with games, I think through a combination of just my own age and kind of what games were like, I was playing games for a long time before the idea of formulating like preferences on genres or game styles or anything. Yep, I could tell she was there. Like, wasn't really a thing. I'm playing on Project 64. But, you know, with age and with experience, preferences kind of crystallize, and at some point you start being like a little more judgmental of things, or even just like being more protective of your time and choosing not to engage with stuff that you know ahead of time isn't gonna entertain you. But even as a kid, you know, sifting through giant boxes of Amiga floppies or C64 tapes or whatever it was, a lot of the time it wasn't always all great games, so it was always exciting trying the next thing. And I feel like I've maintained that. Like when I was in middle school in the 90s, like emulators first started becoming a thing, I always like, you know, I downloaded hundreds of games for NES and Mega Drive and Super Nintendo, whatever, on dial-up over the years. And it was just like building up that library of trying everything. Like that's, you know, when I was in like high school, I didn't go out partying or drinking or anything. I spent all my weekends in front of the computer, like trying Super Nintendo games I'd never played before to just learn what's out there. Like what I'm doing on stream now, it's a little bit different because I have money and I can buy games, but at its core, it's not that different from what I was doing 20 something years ago. So I've always had that kind of mindset, I think, of like, you know, I like to think I've mellowed a little bit with age, and I'm certainly, hope at least, less dismissive of things I might have just, you know, dismissed out of hand when I was younger. But that core mindset of like getting enjoyment out of finding new experiences and like looking at any one individual game and figuring out like all right, so what's cool about this? Like, what is there to appreciate about this? That's the mindset I try to have with anything. And sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not, and sometimes there are no redeeming factors. And even when there are, like with this game, I think I have a great deal of admiration and respect and even awe and enjoyment, you know, that comes from parts of this game. But then there's stuff that's like, I just look at it now with a more analytical lens and going like, dude, this is fucked. This, like, in the first half of this game, I'm like, man, this is fun. I think I'm enjoying this more than I would have if I played this 20 years ago. And now I'm like, dude, I don't know, man. I don't really feel that way anymore, because the second half of this game has not really been that fun. Maybe playing it on Agent is actually fun, but it's so demanding in very awkward ways, where it feels like every time I clear a stage, yeah, there's a degree of satisfaction, but it feels like I was cheating and broke the game and did weird, unexpected, like, cheesing stuff in awkward ways, because that's literally the only way you can get past things. And it's like, that's weird design. But yeah, Kane, exactly. Like, I think that's why me and Macaw get along very well too, because I mean, the reason because I first found his stream through Josh the Funk Doc. I used to hang out in Josh's stream like 12 years ago, and he would like host and just link to other streamers who did like super play attempts and whatever. And I'm pretty sure the first Macaw stream I watched was when Josh linked to like, oh, this Macaw guy is doing 1cc attempts of DD Crew. And I'd played DD Crew and I thought it was a piece of shit. So basically I jumped into Macaw's chat going like, wow, I can't believe you're playing this piece of shit. And I'm paraphrasing, but he was basically, nah, this game's sick. And like in the process of watching him play it, going like, oh, okay, I'm starting to understand, like, this, I get it. Okay, you have to play this game a certain way, but if you do, there's like a legitimate, like, you can 1cc it, you can play it properly, but it's also legitimately fun. And I went back to play that game at some point past, like, after that point, but I didn't even need to. Just watching him play it and seeing it being played in a way that's like actually conducive to having fun with it made me go like, all right, okay, I see what's going on here. There is fun to be had here. And I feel like I was like instantly humbled. But the main takeaway still was that, like, oh, it's cool that someone's playing this. Like, I knew of DD Crew because I spent my high school years going through like a MAME database trying to find the name of every like beat 'em up and fighting game that was playable in MAME and just downloading it and playing it and seeing what it is. And I remember, I think it was Funkdoc actually who was like shocked when I was familiar with Dragon Master, like years before You Are the Best From Now became like a meme. I'm like, oh yeah, I've played this. Like, yeah, you know, it's got Jedi Ryan and all those guys. Like, yeah, this game's hilarious. It's like got all these Street Fighter 2 traced sprites and whatever. Because I played those games back in like the early 2000s. So it was cool to see Macaw stream a game that, like, I don't feel like I would have seen anyone else play. But as I came back to watch more of his streams, like, I think Macaw is, I shouldn't say the only, but very rarely have I come across, I mean, more so now, I guess, having like come to learn more Twitch streamers, but at the time, and again, this was many years ago at this point, Macaw was like the only person playing games on Twitch where I could tune into his stream, and more often than not, he would be playing something that I was not familiar with. Like, because I had spent so much time like digging through weird old crap, and nothing compared to the amount that he and many other people have done, but compared to what I had been exposed to prior to that, like, it was very unusual for me to see someone who was like either more knowledgeable than me or just have knowledge on stuff that I didn't know about. So it was like, that was very exciting. but he has a tremendously like infectious positivity, which I think is inspirational, but mostly for me, I feel like it aligns very well with my kind of values, or like my mindset of trying to find. And I think like that's something that's developed in my adult life, and I think it's probably fair to say that it's him like streaming and like going about things the way he does like has helped me develop that further. It was always there, but I think it's like watching Macaw has helped me shed some of my cynicism. And I think it just makes it more fun to play stuff and go like, all right, what can we find here to really appreciate and enjoy? I've never been too much into focusing on beating games because I'm not very skilled, and though I really, from a theoretical standpoint, appreciate design of games that is built around mastery, I don't have the patience to really gain mastery myself for the most part. But just messing around with stuff, exploring, trying it out, and seeing what you can experience. Like for me, that's very similar to how I was playing games when I was a kid, because a lot of the time it was either going through boxes of floppies for Amiga computers or C64 or something like that, where there's like completely no stakes. You just, you can spend a summer going through games and you might not play the same thing twice. You might not even remember what something was called. So you just have this weird hazy recollection of something you played 2 weeks ago, and you spend the next month trying to find that disc again. Very like ephemeral. So it was either that, or it was hanging out in game shops after school, playing whatever happened to be in the demo kiosk that time. Eventually downloading games and playing them on emulator. Like you had that kind of just sifting through this giant, swamp of mysterious gaming experiences, just looking for something to catch your interest. I mean, it's helped starting to collect physical games where there's a little bit of a higher degree of investment in each game, because it makes you a little bit more inclined to actually engage with it further than just booting it up, looking at the title screen, playing for 2 seconds, determine that it's too difficult, move on. But I guess I've never felt that need to like master a game and complete it, or feel like this is all I have for the next 4 months, so I better squeeze every drop of gaming out of it. Like, it's just, I don't know. People want to do that, that's cool, but it's not really what drives me for the most part. Mr. Radon aiming to be featured in Ultimate Gamer News. I mean, like I said, people have different aims and goals, and people have different motivations. And what can I say? I wouldn't consider myself an ultimate gamer, but it's possible that I might actually have the highest number of appearances of anyone in Ultimate Gamer News. And that's a badge I wear proudly. Yeah, Duke, I've had that too. Like, I think the most frequent Macaw discovering something is when I'm playing like Steam, new Steam indie games and stuff. Like, I played the French sequel to Ganryu, the Neo Geo game. For some reason, there's a French sequel to that came out like this year or last year, and it's actually pretty damn good. And there was something else not too long ago. Oh yeah, Shinobi no Grata, I think he wasn't familiar with. So there's stuff like that. But yeah, I know the feeling. Like, and it's not really a matter of like, aha, I knew something that this other expert on obscure games didn't know. But it's more like the joy of being able to introduce someone who you don't typically have the luxury of being able to introduce someone. Like, I mean, I feel the same way when I get to introduce anyone to anything, really. But it's just more of a rare treat when it's someone who has an encyclopedic knowledge on a lot of stuff, and you don't really get to introduce new stuff to them very often. But I was sort of hassling Macaw for a long time that he should play Chase the Express. So it was very gratifying when he finally did, not too long ago. It's and he really liked it too, which was I mean, I knew he would, but It's a good feeling. Chase the Express fucking owns. Anyway, that was a fun chat, but I think we have some more gaming to do. We'll do one more attempt, and then I really need to take a short break, because we've been going for like 3 hours. Like, I know that at this point, it sort of comes down to luck. But it's not a great feeling knowing that like every attempt might take 10 minutes. And there's no guarantee whatsoever that a new attempt will go any better than the previous one. Chase the Express is kind of a... it sort of disguises itself as a Metal Gear clone. But it plays a little bit more like Resident Evil. Or actually, I guess Dino Crisis 2 is maybe the closest comparison. Because it's much more action heavy. But the main appeal of that game, I like how it plays, but it's more about the presentation. And it's got this like perfect late 90s, early 2000s like Japanese interpretation of a Hollywood blockbuster. It's got like immaculate vibes, and that's really what makes it so cool. But it's also like it's got great production values and like a genuinely super impressive technical execution. Actually, by the way, I have not finished the second scenario in Chase the Express, so no spoilers, please. Hey, what's up, Sean? Yeah, we've been at this for a couple of hours. We've made a little bit of progress here and there, but we do not have this level fully figured out just yet. We cleared the hacking part once, but I was really low on health and wasn't sure what to do next. So we didn't really get... Well, I didn't finish the level, I guess, is the long and short of it. Yeah, I just realized, yeah, I wasn't sure if anyone was spoiling anything. Apparently, it turns out a lot of people who was watching this was there to watch Macaw play Chase the Express, which I watched a little bit of it live, but I caught back up on the VODs. But I deliberately did not watch, because he did eventually do the second playthrough, I'm pretty sure, but I deliberately did not watch it because I want to do that myself. There we go. Yeah, I think he went right back to it. That's my recollection. But it's been a while, so I don't remember exactly. Yeah, it's definitely Under Siege 2 Dark Territory, the video game. That's part of why it's so sick. It's like almost my favorite type, and also like the tremendously well executed version of it, like of that particular aesthetic. Like, you look at the manual and the packaging and everything, it's also like super high production value. Like, it's got that Sony first party polish. Gotten a little bit better at this section. Not taking risks. Not sure if there's another grenade here coming. I don't think so. Remind on Bill's take on you're trying to figure out the super category above mansion game, boat game, etc. Oh my god! I did not think there were 3 guys left. That may have triggered a grenade toss. There you go. That was a really bad angle. Mansion games are definitely a thing, but sake. I'm not positive on the categorization beyond that. But I also think there's no, like, video game genres are like whatever. Like, there's no trying to come up with a classification system that covers all video games in a satisfactory manner is a fool's errand. However, I think what you can do, and what is like meaningful to do, is to have like certain like labels that, like descriptive labels that are actually meaningful is helpful, right? Being able to say that something is of a certain style or format, some kind of shorthand to explain what something is. And that can be mechanical, it can be setting, it can be vibes, it can be control scheme, it can be camera angle or whatever. I don't think any of those can or should be mutually exclusive. So you can absolutely, like, it's fun to, you know, mansion games is one thing. I think it's very fun to describe Kurokushi no Kamen as a mansion crawler. It's a good... Well, I have 2 grenades now, somehow. Because that is also kind of instantly evocative of what that game is, which I find quite funny. Like, it's funny to have a term that isn't established, and it's like a little bit jokey, but you also, you hear the phrase, and what you, if you picture a mansion crawler, I mean, I have seen the first like 2 minutes of Kurokushi no Kamen, but those 2 minutes sure are a mansion crawler. Blue skies, of course, yeah. Most classic of labels. Yeah, Sweet Home definitely in the... It's a mansion game for sure. Yeah, there's lots of 3DO gaming that would be interesting to do at some point or another. I mean, no, now that like Jaguar emulation is also more viable, that's definitely something I've thought of. The problem is, like, I have too many of my actual games and games I already have a pre-established level of interest in. Not that I dismiss the possibility or like the potential to do stuff like that. It's more that it has to live relatively far down of an already long list of potential things to do. I wasn't paying attention. Did I get it? But as far as genre goes, like, it's frankly not that helpful. Like action adventure or action RPG or whatever, like that can kind of mean anything. That doesn't mean I don't use those labels. Like in my own spreadsheet, my collection spreadsheet, I use genres, and I try to use kind of broad genres, but I often do, like if it's sports, I type like sports / and then like tennis or soccer or whatever it is. And I don't want to get too overly specific, because if I want to like filter by genre, or if I want to search for something, if I want to see like, all right, what fighting games do I have or something, like filtering like that, it's inconvenient and impractical if you get too precise about it. But at the same time, what I really love is like developers just assigning their own labels to what a game is. And that's something Konami and Capcom was like kings of. Capcom especially, like survival horror, on the one hand, it's like it's not a real thing, except it became one. Survival horror is just the label that they put on Resident Evil. They decided that Devil May Cry is a stylish hard action game, and that sort of mutated into stylish action, becoming like I guess you can call it an established label. But for everything that they made up that became, and obviously Versus Fighting was a label they came up with. or Street Fighter 2. And sometimes you get labels like that that are pretty firmly established, but they, like, every game has something like that. And I think, like, if you, it's less helpful in like a spreadsheet database type situation to try to find every game that has a particular very specific genre label. But if you can, you know, you can call Devil May Cry an action game, and as a sort of subcategory or more specific labeling, you can call it stylish hard action. But even that is like, it has action in the name, and it's like vague or like generalized enough. But I like it when they get really specific, like the Ace Attorney games in Japan. The genre, if you look at, like, the coolest part, right, is if you have the box where for certain consoles it always lists like the genre. For like Saturn games, it always does list the genre, but they have their own kind of Sega approved, like, there's a very specific list of genres that a game can be part of. So, like, I think the fighting games on Saturn, the Capcom fighting games, if you look at the back of the box, it'll say genre action or something, but it'll say versus fighting on a little label on the front of the box. But for systems like the DS, there is like an official little data grid on the back of the box, and the genre box is like, you know, it's a free text field. They can basically input whatever. So the DS Ace Attorney games, the genre is Horitsu Battle, like courtroom battle. So if someone says that they're a visual novel or an adventure game, like, nah, it's not a visual novel, it's a courtroom battle game. Although, I mean, it can be both, except it isn't a visual novel because it's an adventure game. But it's the fact that it's a courtroom battle doesn't mean that it's not always also an adventure game. But my favorite examples are like Dead Rising, which is a zombie paradise action game, and Castlevania Lament of Innocence is a Muchi action game, Muchi being Japanese for whip. So I'm trying to think, like Zombie Paradise Action is the one that that like instantly stands out to me. But there's countless like that. Like, you know, you just get to come up with a genre for your game. And needless to say, Zombie Paradise Action isn't quite as established as survival horror, but they wouldn't know or care at the time. It's just a matter of what you put on the box to, like, just fully convey the atmosphere and vibe and whatever the game is about. And I think that's so cool. Like, those are the kind of genre labels I really enjoy. Like, when you put a, like, descriptive kind of, I don't know, just some additional adjectives or adverbs in your genre label to really sell what you're, you know, what you're making. I think that's really cool. Yeah, Konami, like I said, Konami used to do, like, they it's very similar to Capcom. They would have a little box or label on the front or the back of the box. Yeah, tactical espionage actions, perfect example. Yeah, I want to say Konami's were usually, like, those PS1 games are usually not that specific. Like Symphony of the Night, I think, just says action game. But perhaps some of the later ones, like I said, the Lament of Innocence just has it on a little thing on the back of the box. But it's really cool if you can find those, like, kind of official designations and how they can get very specific. That I like. Like, I think that's way more fun than having, like, an argument over whether something qualifies as this, like, top level genre or not. Or, like, it's funny because, like, on the one hand, I find those, I mean, nothing could ever top the level of boringness of the topic of what counts as retro. I think that, like, Jesus Christ, I'm not even gonna elaborate on that. But like, gatekeeping around, like, what counts as a certain genre can be, like, really, yeah, yeah, that's true, Father Axe Keeper. I'm sure it's like a million times worse in music. But I do think it's, like, I can be a stickler for something like that sometimes. Like I mentioned, that Phoenix Wright isn't a visual novel. Same thing with, like, dating sims. Like, if you look at Tokimeki Memorial and games of that ilk, racing sims, like, they're super mechanically dense. And a lot of people, I think, like, just Hang on, I need to take this. Oh, Yusuf? Yep. I mean, you kind of knew it. Ah, okej. Då kom jag. Ah. All right. Let's pause the timer. I have a 3D printer now, and a bunch of stuff, which I will unpack at a different time. That went relatively smooth, except my flustered inability to answer my phone and pause the stream at the same time, but I think that went well. You guys appear to have been entertaining yourselves. Let me try to catch up. Oh god. Shaboy just says, I wish we had a better and more popular name for the Souls-like category. I fucking hate that word so much. I hate, like, see, I would much sooner describe those games as action RPGs, or maybe even action adventures. I don't know. I think it's like aesthetically a disgustingly ugly label, but I also think it's like etymologically like an absurd way to come up with a label. I also think it's, I mean, it's descriptive in the sense that it's like, it's a fairly specific template, but I feel like I just call them Dark Souls. Like, oh yeah, this is a Dark Souls, because it's every bit as descriptive, and it's not like, it's less like, I feel like people saying Soulsborne or Souls-like or whatever, like it's so I mean, Souls-like I guess isn't so bad in that sense, but when people say Soulsborne, unironically, I feel like that it like, to me, I read a degree of like sort of self-satisfied smugness into it, or being so clever. Like, it reminds me of, there was a show on TV in Sweden years and years ago. It was like a video game show where they had, like, you know, news and reviews and whatever, and the guy who hosted the show was like unreasonably smug about, in his mind, I guess, coming up with the term sneak 'em up to describe stealth games. And it's like, I have no problem with people calling stealth games sneak 'em ups. It's a little bit like, okay, sure, fine, whatever. Like, it's a little bit too cute for its own good. But being that, like, self-congratulatory about being so clever, like, made it way more annoying. And I feel very similarly about people who use the term Soulsborne. But also, it's like, it's ugly and it's weird. Like, I would sooner accept calling first-person shooters Wolfendooms. But if you're gonna, like, if you're gonna call it Soulsborne, like, why isn't it a Demon Dark? Why isn't it a you know, Bloody Roll? Like, why is it just that? It's I don't know, it's ugly and weird. And yeah, and Metroidvania is also correctly identified as every bit as ugly and stupid. I call those Metroids. Like, it's a Metroid game, or it's a Metroid style game. Like, Metroidvania, not only is it like a distinctly, again, aesthetically ugly attempt at a portmanteau, because that's like not how that works. Surely it should have been a Metrovania if you want to, like, bond them together. But I think that term, at the time of its conception, made perfect sense as a label for a specific subsection of Castlevania games that were in the Metroid mold. But I mean, nowadays you even hear like these kind of ridiculous discussions. I don't say ridiculous in the sense that I think one party is obviously wrong, but when people discuss about like what qualifies as a Metroidvania, like, does it need to have leveling up? Like, is Metroid a Metroidvania? And some people would say it's not, because it doesn't have, numbers don't sufficiently go up. And once you get to that level, I think it just gets a bit silly. Yeah, what's a roguelike? How much does it take to graduate from a light to a like? Ugh, it's whatever. Don't start, Ritsujin, don't start. I mean, I guess we're farming engagement here, so maybe it's not all bad, but Nah, but like, I think it's worth acknowledging that that From Software has come up with a template for an action RPG that works well and has built a tremendously dedicated and big audience. That's cool. But we can just, you know, we can just call them Dark Souls. That's fine. Chat's popping today for sure. We got all these hot takes and what do we even call it? Like, I don't want to call them like infectious topics, but hot topics of discussion. But I've been enjoying it. It's fun. It's interesting. We got to do something to entertain ourselves while being stuck on this fucking godforsaken level. Yeah, for sure, Itinerant Soldier. Like the Dark Souls or Demon Souls weren't like the genesis of that style of game, but I think that doesn't really matter. Like, I think it's much more reasonable to call first-person shooters Doom clones or Doom likes than like, I don't know, Catacombs 3D likes. I do have a soft spot for the, I think it's German term of ego shooter. I think that's a good term. But yeah, being the first isn't necessarily as important for whether we're talking about genre labels or anything else. Being the first isn't really as important as being the first to do something to a certain level and to a certain degree of influence. There's a lot of nonsense here in chat, which I will not engage with. Had a discussion just today about the Steam description of the game you're working on, trying to lower the emphasis on tower defense as to not confuse players. Yeah, I think that's definitely that's a very practical, like, framing for this kind of conversation. I don't know, this is just stream of consciousness, whatever, me airing my strange idiosyncratic thoughts that don't align with anything or anyone else, which is how I entertain myself, I suppose. But you're very correct in that, like, marketing and how you position your game on Steam is like extremely important. Because I can sit here and say that, like, Metroidvania is a stupid fucking term and people should stop using it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't mean much, really, when there is like plenty of well-documented evidence that, like, hey, put this label on here, it will generate attention, people will click that, and they will buy this game if it has this thing on there. Or I should say, this will help players accurately identify games that they are looking for. So it serves a very practical purpose. And then, you know, at the same time, you want to be careful to attract the people who will actually like your game and not just like stick every tag you can on there and, you know, half of them not even make sense. That's probably not good. I need to go grab something. I'll be back in a sec. I needed to hydrate. We're doing content performance analysis on YouTube and found that Nude Dwarf game is high performing in impressions but not click through because people were not satisfied with the amount or quality of nude dwarves in Dark Alliance. Interesting. I I maintain that I'm happy that I'm not doing this for a job. I'm not doing streaming or content for a living, because putting pressure on doing that kind of stuff well, actually generating traffic and actually like, ugh, yeah, I'm glad that I don't have to worry too much about it. Night Sprites, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, the opponent, I think I'm very want to be very careful about the can of worms I'm opening, not because I'm about to drop some, you know, incredibly hot take, just that I don't want to get stuck talking about this shit. But I will say, like, the only interesting observation I feel like I have to say on the topic of like what counts as retro, where do you draw the line, whatever, is the fact that like setting a specific you know, number of years, as in like if game is X years old, then it counts as Y, I feel like doesn't make sense. Like that doesn't work long term, because the age of games, like games age at different rates depending on when they came out, basically, right? If you look at what happened between, let's say, 79 to 89, you know, if you are in 1989, you can look at a game from 1986 and it's downright ancient. And then you look at what happens between 2013 and 2023, and it's like, you know, I feel like the equivalent would be like the difference between May and March of 1989. Like, things just happen at different rates. So it's kind of foolish to say. I mean, obviously you can have a gut feeling for yourself, but more often than not, I don't even really think it's about being X years old. It's more like games from when I was a certain age, they qualify as retro or old or vintage or whatever you want to call them. But I don't think that's something you can have like a rolling thing for. For me, it doesn't really work. But I also don't really give a shit. Like, if it's new to me, then it's interesting. I care about when something is from, in so much as it has an impact on game design paradigms and like technical limitations and stuff. Like, I wouldn't claim that there's no difference between a 1979 game or a 1989 game or a 2013 game, whatever. But games do not begin or cease to be interesting or entertaining based on how many years old they are, in my mind. And I think that's all I have to say on that. Yeah, maybe we'll have a better answer a couple of decades from now. Like, sure. Whatever people say then will be different from what's established now, to the extent that anything is established. I think that's fair. I think. See, I'm getting caught up. I'm sinking down the quicksand as we speak. Even like numbers of console generations, I think it is nebulous, because yes, you can look at early 360 games and they are tangibly of a different era than current games. But if you look at games that came out on the tail end of the 360, there's not really anything like, there's nothing really tangibly different about them for them to classify as like a different kind of game to me. And I don't see that, like, when the PS6 comes out, is like, yeah, sure, The Witcher 3 and Metal Gear Solid 5 will be old, but are they really going to feel like a different kind of game than we get then? I strongly doubt it, to be honest. Yeah, enough of this shit. Yeah, developer and consumer perspectives are different too, sure. Are we about to start the thing? Yeah, okay. I don't have a good, like, yeah, I don't know. The pattern doesn't seem to be set, so I don't know if I have a good... I might just need to, I don't know, not run around so much. I had a little bit of an epiphany during my bathroom break that next attempt, I want to switch down to Agent, and I want to try this stage on Agent just to see what it's like and see if I can learn the end of it and just like see what the level looks like at the end. Just so we don't have to deal with that being a surprise. This is really scary, but okay. I spent so long killing that dude. I was worrying about new guys spawning. Oh, that's them shooting through the wall again. That's so fucking scary. Dude, that guy's fucking alive. How's there no guy over there yet? That was fucking lucky. Like, it's like, all right, I've taken out these guys. Let me just look over here. Okay, no one there. And then, like, she immediately gets shot from where I was just looking. How does that even happen? Like, I've cleared it once, but I feel like it was so, like, luck. Yeah, like the thing is, like these guys, they don't shoot like they just, it's just continuous fire until she's dead, and by the time, you know, you can react to it, it's too late. So good, we have the same objectives. That's actually perfect, because that will give us a solid approximation of the extent of the level. I do want to clear it on Secret Agent, to be clear, but I want to have a slightly easier time learning the rest of it. So it'll be interesting to see. Man, these guys die a lot faster. This is my first time in this playthrough playing anything on Agent. Oh yeah, there's not a turret there. Are there just no turrets here? Jesus Christ. Okay, thank you, auto aim. This is ridiculous. I mean, it's very... I feel like I just wanted a little bit of a win, too. Like, I just need a little confidence boost. But this almost feels condescending at this point. But yeah, the turrets just fucking suck. They're not fun. Secret Agent is basically turning up the dial to full British. I mean, there's 00 Agent. I guess that's like fucking getting knighted. We're going full nobility once we're up to 00 Agent. Interesting, like there's about the same number of guys. I think I was a pretty good grenade thrower. Yeah, way too fucking hard and tiny baby. I was mentioning before that's like, it feels like just from testing like 00 on stage 1 basically, that it's like, man, it kind of feels like there's a little too large of a gap between Secret Agent and 00. I'm getting the feeling that there might be a larger gap still between Agent and Secret Agent. Yeah, I guess maybe that's it. It's not just British, it's Amiga. Which kind of checks out in a sense, because I think what sort of typifies Amiga difficulty is like an unreasonably strict unreasonably strict demands for doing a lot of things, and like absurdly punishing circumstances, like, you know, having one life or no continues or like that kind of thing. I guess we can just do this instead of running around the extra lap. Whoops, accidental crouch. I mean, to be entirely clear, I say this half jokingly, but it's also like, it's absolutely not part of a like British games are terrible narrative that I want to push. But I think there is very much, again, like we're talking about game design trends and paradigms and sort of schools of design. I think there's a lot to admire about, like, I'm a big fan of Midway, right? And I think there's a lot to admire about their like attitudes to game design, or at least what product came out of it. Even though I'm like very much more in favor of the kind of Japanese arcade game design, NBA Jam is still an excellent game. Mortal Kombat is an excellent game. Narc is cool. You know, even Gauntlet is something I can respect, however begrudgingly. But that doesn't mean those games aren't fucked. Those games are fucked, and a lot of the kind of design ethos around, I don't know, it's very interesting to hear like Eugene Jarvis and people like talk about game design, because there is like very much this sort of, oh, let's redo the door. Like, it was, I watched the GDC classic game postmortem of Gauntlet, which was like really interesting and entertaining. And I find Gauntlet really fascinating as a game that's like seen as this innovative milestone in arcade gaming. These things are just not here. And it's sort of hailed as this really forward-thinking, innovative, like, you know, advancing arcade games, etc., etc. When like its sort of main innovation was like, hey, let's have 4 players play at once, and let's have there be a timer so that they are forced to insert more coins at a particular rate. And it's like, what an amazing invention, what amazing game design. And it's like, they're not wrong. Not only was it, of course, like it led to them making very successful and you know, lucrative games, but Gauntlet was also very popular. NBA Jam was very popular, despite being ludicrously, you know, money hungry and kind of treating players with debatable amounts of respect. Because it was just like, that's the context in which those games were designed, and that's the, you know, it was the style at the time. And I can, you know, I feel like we can say the same things or approach, you know, the tradition of kind of bedroom coding and your Jet Set Willies and your Ultimate Played the games and whatever else in that way. Because obviously, you know, when people say like, oh, British games are bad, British micros are weird, like it obviously tends to, I mean, that's a very America-centric take usually, and it tends to ignore or be ignorant of the fact that, like, development budget, if such a word can even be applied, and the cost of the game itself for the consumer were like vastly different between like the British PC market and the American console market. So comparing like an Oliver Twins Dizzy game with like an NES game, and even then those games were like premium. They were like £10 instead of $2.99. It's just not really a one-to-one comparison. But regardless, I think talking about British difficulty, or like sort of jokingly, a little bit deprecatingly, but still with some love, it is based on a core of like factual observation of design trends. Oh my god! She took like 6 hits and she still died pretty quickly. Like, it felt like there were slightly fewer enemies. They didn't seem to come quite as fast, but they don't really come like that quickly on Secret Agent either. But she didn't really seem much more durable. Let me catch up with chat just a little bit here. Not sure what the game was designed for, because you usually design for the middle, but I feel like Secret is a little wonky in this. Yeah, that's like I guess for me, I would kind of assume, it seems to me like this game was probably designed for the developers playing on 00 Agent, because they got really good at the game, they got really used to it, and then they had to figure out ways to sort of strip aspects away from the game. I'm not sure that's entirely true, because Secret or 00 kind of strips away certain things too, like the armor pickups and whatever. But I mean, honestly, for a game from 1997, not to say that there weren't finely tuned games back then, obviously that's not true, but I think there were kind of less, there was less thought perhaps and effort put into that aspect in the equivalent to a AAA game in 1997 compared to today. Not to mention, obviously, that the idea of anyone should be able to get through the game didn't really exist. So the fact that this game has the agent difficulty level and is as forgiving as it is, I think is a bit of a triumph. But it is a reasonable question, though. Like, there really isn't any one difficulty that feels like the correct difficulty. Like, it's, you know, the fact that there's objectives that aren't in Secret Agent doesn't make, like, that in itself makes Secret Agent feel like a little bit of a compromise. But 00 Agent is totally fucked, so that's like, seems like an artificially cranked up difficulty as well. An old school British PC game dev in Haze chat explained very succinctly, to paraphrase: "We got to go to arcades only on holiday and we didn't know what we were really doing, so we just copied what we remembered from the arcade games, but we weren't that good at it." I think that makes sense. Like, not that game development was terrifically mature in in America or Japan or elsewhere, but I think it's probably true. Like, you look at, I don't know, Ocean or whoever else, even in the UK, US Gold, I feel like they would generally get, like, they would get the people they could get to develop games for them, and I guess a lot of the time that would be some 19-year-old, like, who just happened to be into it and happened to be available. So like the industry itself as it existed I feel like was probably like the average developer age, I have to imagine, was lower in the UK. And just kind of the probably, like, it's a good point, availability of arcade games and stuff like that, just exposure to games in general. Like, that's the thing too, like, I think it's hard for people to realize who weren't around at the time that computer games and video games used to be such a drastically more regional kind of thing. Like, there was a very distinct market and cultural difference, not just between like Europe and America, but like there's so many different markets in Europe that were totally isolated and different from one another, with like some degree of overlap, but you still have like a completely different set of computers that were popular in France versus Spain versus Germany versus the UK. I mean, Scandinavia and Sweden is also like, I mean, I was about to say an outlier. I guess everything is different. It's not a matter of outliers, but like Nintendo has always had a stronger kind of grasp on this market because the Scandinavian distributor for Nintendo was established prior to the NES. They distributed the Game & Watch and like was very successful with that. Like, so Nintendo was always very kind of firmly established here, in a way that it wasn't in like most of the rest of Europe. So whenever you hear Americans say that, like, oh, actually Nintendo was obscure in Europe, Sega was much more popular, like, that doesn't describe my lived experience at all. Sega was popular here too, but like it was never like, Nintendo was hardly obscure. From my extremely limited vantage point as a kid, like, Nintendo and Sega were kind of on even footing. Like, I always had similar amount of friends who had an NES versus who had a Master System. Like, same thing with Mega Drive and Super Nintendo. So it like, Sega was never like on the back foot or like obscure, but neither was Nintendo. But I'm sure that was different in the UK. I'm sure that was different in Spain. I'm sure it was different in, you know, wherever. But yeah, everyone having like very different exposure to different games and different experiences. Like, it's gonna color the entire market, industry, hobby, everything. Dude, this is so like silly that I can just do this. Oh shit, wrong weapon. Whoops. I started swapping weapons and I hadn't picked this up yet, apparently. Yeah, and I just, as you can probably tell from my tone of voice, I get very annoyed with Americans or people just kind of informed by very America-centric third-hand internet information, like, speak authoritatively to anything that isn't their own first-hand experience. I think anyone who's not from America will agree and recognize the never-ending sort of, if not frustration, at least like irksomeness of the extremely America-centric perspective on just about everything on the English-speaking internet. Like, it's just so endlessly pervasive. It done, or do I have to? Maybe I have to run over here to trigger it also. She's just not hacking very well. Oh yeah, the game. Oh my god, don't get me started. Oh, it's just open. Okay, I guess I misread something. I thought I couldn't open this manually. Whatever. Yeah, like, I think there is a kernel of truth to, like, no part of Europe had, like, Nintendo Power and the Wizard and, like, you know, the equivalent to the Batman logo being on everything for a year or two straight. Like, yeah, there probably wasn't an equivalent to that, but there's a bit of a gulf between that and like, no one cared about Nintendo in Europe. It was all about Sega. But yeah, the thing I was groaning at was the whole game industry crash thing. Like, it's become such a like truism that like people just parrot, you know, things they've heard, which, you know, that's human nature. I can't fault people for that, like just on a blanket thing, whatever. But it's frustrating when history gets written from an extremely narrow perspective and gets kind of regurgitated with no critical thought, or just with the base assumption that this narrative that to a limited degree applies to this very specific geographic area is somehow like a universal thing. Like, talking about like video games, like I've definitely seen people say things or like attempt, like in an entirely off the cuff way, but like performing some sort of analysis, like looking at a mid-80s game or whatever and be like, you know, actually, didn't we even see that in the fucking beat 'em up book? I think we did. I don't remember what game it was. I think it was just like the introduction to the book of talking about how like beat 'em up games came out of like the post video game crash landscape and whatever. It's like, what a bunch of horse shit. Like, beat 'em up games came out of Japan, which extremely did not go through a slump in 1983 to 84. Like, that's when the Famicom book came, or book, I just read the word. That's when the Famicom came out, and like the home console boom like super started to take off. Not that I think that had much of a like impact on arcade games directly in that sense, but it's like fucking Atari burying ET carts in a landfill. Like, are you seriously suggesting that that had an impact on like Kishimoto designing Double Dragon? It's absurd. And like a lot of people, American or not, again, like whether you're, I can to a degree, if not excuse, at least understand Americans being sort of, I mean, I'm from a small country, right? We have a lot of cultural imports. I have no choice but to be exposed to the English language and foreign culture. Like, I get it. It's a different thing if you're in an extremely large monolithic well, I guess it's not monolithic per se, but like self-sufficient country, culturally self-sufficient place, like not even America, but even like the UK or France or Japan or whatever. But when people who aren't even American, like just having not been exposed to any other accounts of history, take the video game crash of 83 as like, oh, that's what happened, that's what informed what video games were and became in the mid-80s. That's a bit shit. Yeah, Atari Shock, a little more apt of a name for it, for sure. Is there something to point to prior to Neketsuko Kunio-kun when it comes to beat 'em ups? Kunio-kun was pretty much the inventor of the Z-axis movement, but Spartan X predates it by 2 years. It came out in 1984, and I think it is perfectly reasonable. And Karateka also was 84, I believe, right? I think the line between Neketsuko Kunio-kun to Double Dragon to Final Fight, like, that's a lot more of a straight line than involving Spartan X or Karateka, but you could absolutely, I mean, it's kind of up to you where you choose to begin drawing that line. Like with fighting games, do you start at Street Fighter 1? Do you start at versus Karate Champ? Do you start at like warrior from 1979 or whatever. It's a little bit up to you how you define the parameters for that. But I think probably Spartan X is perhaps where most people would begin drawing that line. It's probably where I would. Alright, did I blow up these things? I didn't. Do I? And like everything is just... Ooh, okay, hopefully that'll work. Cellular peptide cake. Greetings. Thank you very much for those words. I appreciate that. Oh yeah. Well, I can just. Oh yeah, I gotta do this first. Right. No. Well, I was gonna grab the armor. So let's be gutsy. Man, right now I'm just like not looking forward to doing this all over again on Secret Agent. Should write a book on beat 'em ups. I'm trying to avoid that. Basically. Duke Donuts maintaining the time-honored tradition of ambiguous shit posting. I must admit to not being familiar with Mangrove, Earthshoe, or the Biles Toad. But I'm assuming those are things. An Apple II game. Yeah, see, now I'm just exposing my own ignorance. Those are just quite amusing combinations of words. I meant no harm or disrespect. I failed to explode this, I just realized. I like this. It's like a bunch of extra little tiny explosions pasted in the middle there. Well, hopefully 4 mines is enough. So let's grab her and grab the vest. Learning a lot. Oh, that's how I like it. I always enjoy, and I always endeavor for my content to have an educational bent whenever I can. I love learning stuff myself. As I mentioned before, like I'm more concerned with whether something is a new experience to me than whatever the retail sales date on something was. And part of that is like getting to experience something I haven't and learning something about it. And hey, if you want to get real up your ass about it, learning something about myself. I didn't even... Jesus Christ. I didn't even blow that up. And if I can elucidate my viewership on matters of game, that's awesome. I enjoy that very much. Top-down versus combat game from '82 is Hall of the Mountain King on the Bleeper. Yeah, Apple II was like super not a thing here. I've never really seen one in person. The Apple II feels like it was fairly localized to the US. Like, I would expect it to have been sold and marketed elsewhere, but in terms of sort of ubiquity and cultural impact, I don't know that it achieved much in other markets. She got hit. I heard a little scream, but she survived. Like, it's so hard to... even position yourself in spots Like, I still think I have been able to tank a few hits for her on occasion. But it's really hard to prevent her from getting shot by those guys. Because even just, like, looking around. Yeah, that'll happen too. I think you just have to accept that, or recognize, I should say, that once you see them there, close to the staircase, it still takes a hot minute for them to make it all the way down to the bottom of the stairs. So, like, if I see someone running up there, I don't need to, like, instantly target them and wait for them to come down, because in the time I'm waiting for them to come down, more dudes can spawn. And these guys that come from over here, the time from spawn to, like, getting into position and starting to shoot her is way shorter. Few last droplets of Kong Strong might be what we need to pull our way through this level. Whew. Apple II computers were all over schools in Finland. That's interesting. Yeah. I think we had computers at our, like, at my elementary school at some point, that we were exposed to very briefly. But I grew up having computers at home before then. So, I mean, it was still cool and it was novel. And I can say for sure that it was not a Mac computer, because that's what we had at home and I would have recognized that. But I wouldn't know what it was. And this would have been early 90s. So it could absolutely have been an Apple II or something, but I doubt it. I don't remember it being DOS either, but it could very easily have been. But yeah, like Apple II, like the schools seem to have been, from everything I've seen and heard about it, I get the impression that schools were like the sort of Trojan horse for making the Apple II a success. Dude, look at my health. Like, I have like almost full health and armor. That landed a little further away than I would have expected. Did I get it? Nope, I didn't. Well, let's use this here then. Yeah, obviously by the early 90s, the Apple II was hardly current. Complete. Did I actually complete this the last time? Or are there fewer main... Okay, that's surprising. But I mean, especially in schools, you would hardly expect you know, the latest cutting-edge technology. So this looks exity. Too slow, James. The door's locked. Shit, there's a twist. Okay, I'm glad we discovered this here. See, this is where I got before. It's like being in this open space with enemies that can actually aim, and you have like no health. See, it's already... feeling a bit dire. I figured there would be some armor here somewhere. I'm not thrilled that there's so much left of the stage. Oh, this leads here. I see. Okay. Looks like an elevator. That leads here. Okay, interesting. Wait, where the fuck do I go then? That's not a question to chat. That's me pontificating out loud. There's nothing else here, surely. Because there was not even like locked doors or anything up there. Well, let's not go hide in a dead end. So 006 was taunting us, which makes me think that that was kind of an exit or something. I don't know if we have to do something else to open it up, or... So I guess that's how the game would normally work, that if it's locked, we need a key. Door's locked. Yeah, Kosa, we're currently playing on Agent in an attempt to just familiarize ourselves with the final parts of the level, and I'm extremely glad I decided to do that, because turns out we're not done yet, and I would not have had a very good time. Okay, there's a door here. That's the exit. Okay. That's actually pretty much what I thought. It's peculiar that the level does wrap around in all those ways when it kind of doesn't matter. When I got there on Secret Agent, I thought I'd got to that room without having completed Objective C. So I thought that there was, in that section of the level, more mainframes left. So I'd assumed that, like, while the door to the right looks like an elevator, like, that looks like it's kind of an exit, so presumably I have to go left to destroy the last mainframe. But it turns out that there weren't any more mainframes there, and that seems... It absolutely does not seem like a thing that would be different on per difficulty level. So I guess that's a question I can just direct to chat and ask for a clear answer. Does the number of mainframes change between difficulty levels, or is it the same? I'm assuming it's the same, because that doesn't seem like the kind of thing that would change. Yeah, Sean, that's what I'm currently suspecting. Yeah, there's one that's like hidden behind glass in the door, like on the way to the exit. So I must have halfway exploded, because I probably was doing the thing where I was like exploding it through the floor, right? And this time I did that and I only damaged one of them and I didn't actually explode it. So I probably didn't go back to double check. I just saw that the glass had broken, so like that must have been what happened. So we got some excellent data here. We know where the exit is. We know how to get there. I didn't take a lot of time to figure out how to navigate that final room, but I know that I don't need to bother with the door on the right. So I'm presuming that the smartest way to tackle that final room is to navigate the little crate maze and just stick kind of to the leftmost wall, so I don't expose myself running out in the open, but like take that turn as narrowly as possible. Hope that we don't get a bunch of extra guys, but frankly, like, by the time she starts running away... Actually, that's another question. When Natalia completes her objective and starts running around, does she run to where I need to go, or does she go somewhere else? Because I'm thinking, if I rush as soon as she starts leaving, I don't want to be running alongside her, because I feel like that's a liability. My interpretation is that the enemies stop targeting her when she runs away to whatever, but if I'm in the same room, she has she could get caught in the crossfire. Because once she leaves my sight, just like the hostages on Frigate, like, they're fine, but I don't want to incite fucking gunfire where she is at. Don't think it matters. Because the reason I'm asking is that, like, once you clear Objective B, you don't really want to hang around. I feel like I want to move towards the exit as quickly as possible. She may go back the way she came from. That's kind of what I was thinking, because it feels weird that she would be running where you need to go. Especially, I mean, I guess, if you're unsure, Koza, that kind of is all I need to know, because if she was running towards the exit when she is done hacking, if you're doing this for time, you would absolutely know, right? Because she would be going that way, so you'd see, like, that tells me that she has to be going some other way. And I think from a game design perspective, there's no reason why you would want her to go where the player goes, because it's just going to expose weirdnesses with the game. Like, you want to get her out of the way as soon as possible, so just use whatever smoke and mirrors to get her out of the way. Whether she's invincible or not, like, I don't know. I mean, she presumably isn't, but to not make it a nightmare for the player, like, sure, have her just leave, and have the enemies not target her, so you don't have to worry too much about it. Yeah, she's like, because the way the level ended here, if she went there, you would think that they would keep her model like in the elevator. So yeah, she probably just fucks off, and that's fine. So that basically means that if we can protect her long enough, I like barely have to bother clearing the rooms of enemies that are there, but just want to like get to that the last mainframe. So let's count. That's one mainframe in the furthest room with the turrets. There's one in the final room, and there's 4 in the main control room. So there's 6 mainframes. I'm just trying to think of like how to budget my explosives, if that matters. I don't think, like, if you haven't had a proximity mine, it would be awesome to just stick it where those guys spawn in the corner. But given how the trigger works for the remote mine, it doesn't really make sense. Well, Duke, I think this game shows. I guess I wouldn't call it an impressive restraint, but it doesn't seem like it's going out of its way to make things a nightmare for the player. That's just the ambient Britishness. I think as far as conscious design goes, there's a lot of things that is actually fairly considerate, let's say. There's something you don't understand why I'm doing. All right, we'll leave it at that. Yeah, I'm not doing anything like purposefully, needlessly. I'm sure I take a roundabout way. In some ways, but that's just like keeping my mental checklist of everything I need to do. And to a large degree, forgetting everything while I'm reading chat, and then I'm like, wait, did I do this? Let me double check, and then I like didn't do it. Yeah, I think there's stuff like that that make this game feel not modern per se, but like pretty clever and innovative. All right. No, I didn't take it as criticism. I just mean that like I'm not necessarily seeing that comment and being like, oh my god, I'm doing something weird. Just like, no, I'm just acknowledging that I'm doing it my way. I'm not deliberately being weird about it. But also kind of thinking aloud. Alright, that went well. But yeah, even just like doing this adds an extra like 2 minutes to it, I feel like. Pretty effective. Dude, the fucking aim there. Man, just like every enemy taking an extra like 1 to 3 hits compared to Agent. Already, like, I can feel the aggravation bubbling up. Because it's gonna make the babysitting part obnoxious. Yeah, I'm glad you're having a good time. I mean, I am too, in spite of everything. I will admit, having done the practice and research that we did last time, I was not expecting to spend another 4 hours on this level. I will admit, I was expecting to maybe get past this a little quicker. I thought maybe I was being a little overly, like, overdoing it by like, oh, let's just stream an extra 4 hours a day. I'm not gonna need that. And I was like, there's no way I'm fucking beating this tonight, is there? I mean, if I don't, I don't. It's fine. We'll keep playing next week. I just would have liked to have been able to finish it. But at the same time, like, if we don't, we get to enjoy this for longer. We won't feel rushed. Like there's been plenty of discussions with regards to the extra stuff, the bonus levels, and like target objectives and whatever else. And I've always maintained that like I'm gonna worry about completing the game first before I even consider any of that. But I also knew that like if we finish the main story like tonight, there's going to be some amount of pressure to kind of just decide to move on. I just like keep hearing bouncing metals. And if we don't even finish that, then that's a moot point. We'll just take things as we see them, because I'm obviously interested in doing that, and it's one of those things that we haven't really. There's no established practices to look at, because this is the first game really where that has been a factor of like optional content. I mean, I absolutely decided before this project even started that I'm not committing to beating games. I'm not committing to beating anything, much less doing like 100% complete clears or unlocking everything or anything of the sort. But I want to make an honest attempt at completing a game. And from there, it's just like, well, we take it on a game-by-game basis, whatever I feel like is the most entertaining. And, like, basically, when we keep banging our heads against the wall and I feel no sense of progress or enjoyment or just getting anything out of it, that's the point where we, you know, decide to move on, basically. Fucks off. Did he even drop a gun? Maybe he dropped it on me. Fuck, that's potentially bad. Ugh. Let me just double check what happened here. Oh, nice. I don't want to break this because you have dudes come out of like these doors and start shooting from over here, and I feel like not giving them that vantage point is crucial. What's up, Lamisar? Yeah, we had a flood of tax donations recently, but I'm out of town this weekend for Evo. I'm not going to Evo, but I'm going to an Evo watch party with a friend. Nice. Okay. That was the mainframe. So I will be not available to stream on Friday, nor will I be available to stream on Monday. So we will do that the following Friday. Okay, so that mainframe did not blow up. I'm pretty sure, because there would have been a delayed second explosion. Yeah, see? But I think the one over here is just a shadowy husk of a mainframe. Yep. Yeah, so I feel like I did that pretty much that exact way a couple of times. So it would have prevented me from clearing that objective unbeknownst to me. Why am I standing there? I can just do it this way. Literally no need to try to be greedy or aggressive. Meat shield. I do hate that. All right, Duke, thanks a lot for stopping by. I enjoyed having you in chat. Please take care and see you around. Ah. Not trying to take any risks here. Nope. Gotta shoot through the bullet hole decal there. Nice. Okay. Dude over here might still be here. Let's keep track of count of dudes. All right. So we're doing pretty solid here so far. Just a little time consuming, but that's okay. Let's collect Natalia and the body armor. And the level can start proper. I will say though, if/when we actually complete all levels on Secret Agent, that would be very satisfying. I mean, that's the other thing. If I was dead set on finishing the game at all costs, I could just do the last 2 levels on Agent. But knowing that it's like unlikely that I'll finish regardless, I'd rather attempt finishing everything on Secret. That guy's gonna come down there, but it's gonna be a little while. Another dude there. She took 2 hits there. Luckily, she didn't take more. Oh, fuck off! Here's my fucking aim. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. I'm getting stun locked. She's dead, probably. I don't know how either of us survived that. Just running fucking sniper position. Be almost dead, I would think. I see you, motherfucker. Oh, okay. Objective C completed. Doing okay health-wise. Oh! Oh. Failed! My god. Okay. I was not paying attention. I'm curious. That was intense, but it's still good. Because there was a lot going on. I mean, that was still like really good research. Well, I think she just didn't reach her exit point, probably. Maybe she did die. That's the thing. Like, there's a lot happening. No, I mean, I'm sure, like, Objective A will eventually, by its own, like, complete whenever she reaches her, like, exit point. She has to fade in order to complete. Yeah, but so far the times I have had mission like objective A complete, I didn't follow her to some exit or something. I didn't see her despawn. She left, and after a while, objective A was completed. So my assumption is just that I didn't like wait around for long enough for that to happen. Maybe she got stuck somewhere. Maybe she got killed on the way. That's entirely possible. Maybe I stick around in the control room long enough for her to like trigger the objective A. No, I'm sure it didn't say complete because I didn't complete it. It did on previous attempts. Obviously, I would have been happier to not have to do this again. 1147. I mean, there's a big difference between 1147 and 10, but I don't think I've ever gotten this close to a target time. I still feel good about it because the final stretch, I think, I didn't really know the enemy locations. I was a little bit sloppy, but it doesn't feel like a huge threat. If I survive, more importantly, if she survives the hacking, then I feel not super worried about the last part. Not, you know, thrilled, but not too worried. What the hell is he doing? Whoops. Oh, okay, sure. Somehow dodged that. Whoops. Kind of misremembered where that thing was. That's accuracy, but I don't really care. So silly. Oh, wait, please. Need more manual aim, I guess. It's hard to see. They're not much easier to see here, I reckon. I'm kind of mostly going on feel. Oh, that was nerve-wracking. My pulse was like... I don't like that babysitting part one bit. The worst part is, like, I'm getting better at some things, and I think what I was saying before about, like, keeping... like, letting them sort of run down a little bit, like, it's sort of fine, but at the same time, like, man, there were definitely parts where I felt very lucky. And without that luck... Oh, wow, they're already grenading. I'm hearing... That's good, I guess. That's interesting. Well, someone's still alive. Whatever I was doing to bait these first two guys, I guess activated some of these guys eventually. Okay, I guess they finally grenaded themselves. Oh, good. I was a little unsure about my ammo count here because I was spraying and praying a bit before, but they took care of that themselves. I like death animations where they fall over quickly. So when they, like, fall to their knees and stumble and stagger, it's, that's not good. threatening you with a mine. I'm going up here, I might as well. I guess hitting the wall is fine. But no, I didn't get the glass instead. Well, actually, right, it's not this glass that's important, it's the downstairs one. I, of course, didn't get either, but that's fine. I wonder if... Nope. I was gonna say, I wonder if the desk, it's easier to get like splash damage from the desk to explode the mainframe, but that doesn't seem to be the case. All right. Show myself to bait those guys. I'm not sure, like, I just felt better about using the pistol to take out the turrets, but try this. Not sure if it's any faster or easier. Well, we got the door one cycle, so maybe that is a little faster. Can't even see what I'm looking at because so many goddamn bullet hole decals piling up there. Oh, that guy's still here. I very nearly took some very needless damage there. That was not great. Yeah, part of why I didn't want to use the machine gun for the, well, the submachine gun, I guess, for the turrets is I wanted to preserve ammo, because when we're doing babysitting, I can't really start running around to pick up ammo. But I guess if I need to use this much ammo, I have bigger problems. Just realized something. I wonder if, because you take the right door to where the last mainframe is, I wonder if it's beneficial to take the left door to get to the exit. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna start exploring new routes now, but I wonder if you take that part, you actually get to that last armor, which I guess obviously isn't gonna be very meaningful if you're already exiting the level, but if you need to survive for longer for her to leave, maybe that's not a bad idea. I don't know. Yeah, at this point, Kozo, I feel free to share because we've kind of seen like what the level is and everything. Did I not bring her? I guess I forgot. Or she's down there already. But she would be yelling at me, yeah. Like, she's clearly running away at some point, or to somewhere, rather, and she's not going the way I'm leaving to the exit. She goes up the way she came. Okay. Yeah, I'll try escorting her so we can see where she goes. I mean, we might as well. Because he goes off in that kind of general direction. It seems like, at least. Okay, dudes are surprisingly slow to spawn here. Dude number 1. Got a hero over there. And we got a hero over there. We got like a full burst off. That's not good, but she didn't die. So maybe he elected to only shoot like twice. The door is like someone coming, but... Got pretty quickly. Re-entry, boundary, whatever. I like just tapping a couple of keys once every 10 seconds. I saw another dude coming there on the left. Guy's closer. Thank God he ran all the way over there before starting to shoot. Dude, there's been like no dialogue in fucking forever. Objective B completed. Oh my God. Back to the surface, Natalia. All right. I'll be waiting for you. Surely she'll be okay now, right? I mean, if there's no enemies here, I guess it's fine. Objective A completed. Okay, yeah, I can actually take this path now. I guess I cannot. Never mind. Hopefully I'm not locked in here. Dude, I still have, like, armor left. The door's locked! Okay, some other door moved. Alright, I guess they can open it, but I can't. Works for me. C completed. Yeah, that guy. I've still got like armor, so I should be okay. Nice little damage boost. Fuck you, Dr. Dope. Alright. Chilling in the elevator. There we fucking go. 5 hours, 6 minutes of our second stream doing this level, and we got it done. Ah, oh, that feels good. I did do it. I did in fact do it. And it's funny like how I never at any point felt confident about it, but I can try to step back and objectively look at what I was doing there and feel like, yeah, that was like a good run. I did well. I didn't fuck anything up. And all of a sudden there appears to have been like a significant larger margin for error. Like I cleared the level with armor left, or I mean, I might have run out of armor at the very end, but like I wasn't a hit away from dying. Hardcore XPL, we are playing on Secret Agent. We finished this stage on Agent previously. I had been stuck on this stage for like 4 or 5 hours, and then I switched to agent just to get a feel for the last part of the level, and we finished it. And then I think this is my second attempt after finishing on agent, because the first one we cleared everything, but we failed to have her leave properly, and then we did it correctly now. Can I tell you the strat for dealing with guards? Sure, by all means. I mean, it doesn't surprise me, I guess, that there's probably a more reliable tactic to be applied. I'm gonna pause the timer here because I'm gonna need a short break after this. But yeah, I think the key in my you know, how I chose to approach it, at least there were like two yeah, I mean, if it has anything to, like, if it's something I need to, like, yeah, if it has an impact on the next levels, actually, you know what, fuck it, feel free to tell me, and if it accidentally gives me advice on how to deal with the rest of the levels, I guess it's not, I doubt that whatever you can tell me about dealing with the guards on this level is going to somehow trivialize the final levels. Almost all the guards that run down to the first and second floor spawn at the top of the third floors. If you stand at the bottom of those stairs, you can pick them all off. So basically, right, because from the third floor, there's only one way down. So basically where Boris is. So if you go there, yeah, because there are other guards that come in through other doors, it seems like. At least on my earlier attempts, when I blew up more of the glass next to the mainframes. 3 guards total that come from where Natalia came from. Yeah, Kosa, sure, go ahead, give me your take. Like, there's plenty that I could have scienced further to maybe reach a different conclusion on how to deal with it. Yeah, blow the least amount of glass possible. I tried that. I think that's probably when you were away, Kosa, because that's what I tried before. You can blow them up after she leaves. That makes sense. I just didn't want to deal with enemies being around when I was doing that. I guess you can plant, yeah, you can plant all the explosives first. I guess that would be the more time efficient way of doing it. You don't have to explode it like one at a time. I just wanted to make sure that I got everything. So I was very careful not to explode the diagonal panes on the corner, because if you blow them up, you have, like, there's a direct line of fire from the doorways where enemies apparently either they spawn there or at least they show up there, because most of the guys, they run up pretty close before they start shooting. But I would have guys enter through the doorway where I first came in or whatever, like the I guess it's not where I came from because it's on the bottom floor, but the bottom floor, like, corner doorway, and they would basically shoot as soon as they came in at that doorway, so it was, like, really hard to stop them. So I deliberately yeah, exactly, that's what would keep happening before. I would just blow up the mainframes and they would blow up. So that's why I was placing the mines, like, very carefully. I was looking down at the floor to, like, space out the correct distance to blow them up without blowing the windows. You can kill Boris and not fail if you get Natalia before you meet him. I don't even understand what that means. Oh, you mean, like, literally go get Natalia the first thing you do when you enter the control room? I guess that makes sense. I would never think to do that because I want to clear everything up. But I guess she's essentially safe because there aren't really a lot of guards there. There's just the 2 guys upstairs. I guess that makes sense. From my kind of logic, I don't want to do anything to put her at risk, so I would want to clear out the room entirely before getting her. Yeah, of course, Father Axekeeper, that's, like, exactly how games like these work, right? Like, the inner machinations of the game become more visible to you but I'm absolutely at that point where I have to basically play along with the artifice of what the game's presenting, partially because I think that's kind of fun, but also because I don't know any better, and that's how it tends to work, right? But yeah, looking at it like a little, now that I can sort of exhale and my heart rate is lowering a little bit, it makes perfect sense. There's no reason, looking at what's actually happening in the level, to have any fear about letting her in early, because I cannot imagine that the 2 guards stationed upstairs would like ever see her. Anyone up top shooting down at her, like, that doesn't seem like it would ever happen. So yeah, it makes sense that you could grab her immediately. The end glass gets blown away. Yeah, so that's what I was doing, right? I was, I realized, like, I felt overwhelmed by enemies coming from every direction. So I was like, all right, so, because the topic of blowing up the glass had come up yesterday. So then I was like, all right, let me try blowing up more of the glass for improved visibility. Because originally I hadn't really thought about it. I just kind of, whatever glass happened to explode, exploded, and that was it. And then at first I was like, all right, let's open up as much as we can. Let's science how much we can explode, like which panes are even destructible and not. And that led me to, like, all right, okay, so these guys are coming in from the corner. That's no good. Let's not blow up those panes. And then I decided to blow up as little glass as possible, because I was like, all right, this will probably prevent the enemies from coming from these directions. And then I immediately learned that no, okay, they will actually come through and shoot the glass. And I noticed it immediately. I was like, all right, I can hear the glass being destroyed. Clearly there's someone on my left. Let me pick him off. And then like 15 seconds later, Natalia died. And I was like, wait, what the fuck happened? And I looked over to the right, and there's a guy sitting there shooting, having broken the glass without me noticing. And that kind of led me to feel, all right, well, I mean, I didn't do a lot of trial and error on it. I just based my decision on that one attempt, because I didn't feel like doing additional attempts with a failed strategy just in case it was actually a good strategy. So I felt like I couldn't trust... I felt like I couldn't really trust that I will hear the glass breaking and then I can react to that by shooting the guy. Because that's exactly what I had failed to do. So my reasoning was, okay, if I can't reliably listen for the glass breaking as a signal that there's a guy over there, maybe I should break up the glass so that I can have a split second more time to see them coming. And that's ultimately kind of how I did it. I kept looking over left and right to see if someone was there. Once they spawn at that place or like take that position, it's a very short window of time between them becoming visible and them sitting down to shoot, but there is a window of time, and I have to imagine that like them shooting and destroying the window, the time from that to them like shooting her seems like it would be shorter. Maybe they waste their entire first volley to break the glass and then they stand there for a second before they attempt to shoot her again, and that's like time, but even then that would only work once per like corner, and there tends to be more than one enemy spawning per corner. I don't know. I can see that being like giving you an extra half second to react the first time someone spawns there, and maybe that's a benefit on, you know, on the whole. But since I didn't feel confident betting on that, because my first attempt trying that ended in kind of an over-reliance on... I didn't even really look over there because I trusted that I would hear the glass breaking, and then I didn't hear it break and I failed. So I didn't really feel like trying that again. But I can see that, like, logically, it could be helpful. Yeah, the diagonal windows definitely seem to break. I didn't have to try to break them, to put it that way. So that's why I was very careful to try to hit the mainframes with, like, the outer edges of the explosion to just barely destroy it. You stand between the two stairways behind Natalia. You mean like basically the other end of the room with the glass behind your back? I guess that makes sense. You don't really need Um, I guess that makes sense. Like, I felt like I wanted to see the whole room, but from there, I think you probably can see whatever you need on the up. Like, when I'm standing where I was standing, I could see them run like from the middle of the room towards left or right, or even across the room. But I guess that's not really that helpful, because if I'm standing on the other side, or, you know, the other end of the room, watching her back, I can still see them start to come down the stairs, and I'd be closer to them, and they're not going to start shooting until they reach the bottom. So that makes sense. Yeah. Like, intuitively, it seems logical that you would want to keep those, like, vantage points in front of you. But thinking about it for a second, I understand why you would stand there. And that's mostly based on how the AI of the enemies work. Like, if this was... Well, I don't know. I was going to say if this was real life, you wouldn't stand there, but obviously you wouldn't fucking stand in the middle of the room exposing yourself either. I don't know. Maybe I'll experiment with that the next time I play this level, which is probably not anytime soon. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I understand the geography and the layout of the room, and I can see how you would be able to see everything. But I obviously don't know the exact angle or vantage point or what you can see. I don't know. For the last couple of attempts, trying to swap up strategies to try something like that would probably not have been a great idea. I mean, we did it eventually, so... Two different strats make sense. I'd argue my method could be better. Well, it worked, and that's... I'm happy enough with that. It is 8:30 p.m. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break, maybe grab a quick snack, energize myself a little bit, cool off my nerves a little, and pray that the next level will be a little simpler. I wonder, actually, what I should probably do is I should probably play the next one on Agent, and we'll build up from there. That might be... I mean, we might be in for a nasty surprise if we have, like, sudden turrets and shit, I guess, but... Actually, you know what? That's a good enough argument. Let's do Secret Agent first, and we might try it on Agent if we find it necessary. Yeah, I was thinking about that, Father Axe Keeper of the Computers. I was a little scared to cause a chain reaction, because, like, you know, I never truly reached a point where I would have felt comfortable failing the mission at that point to start over. It was still laborious to get to that point, so I didn't want to do anything that I felt was risky. And for all I knew, the game would fail me because she needed the entire network to hack or something. Honestly, the biggest fear I had wasn't really explosion damage, but more so the enemies, like the monitors blocking the bullets, so I couldn't hit the enemies quickly enough to, like, stun lock them. But in any case, we did it. Let's not linger on it. Let us take a short break and see if the next level is as horrifyingly nightmarish as this one, or at least a tiny little bit more fun. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Oh, I don't know to what extent I managed to calm my nerves, but show must go on. Just grab my phone. Whew. Secret Agent James Bond, Mission 7, Cuba, Part 2 Control Center. Report, mission status completed. Now that is satisfactory. Let's resume the timer. Get some stats. 12 minutes sharp. I mean, given that my... that was really fucking fast. Like, 10 minutes seems so doable. I mean, my agent was like 11:40 something, right? 11:47 or something. And that was me fumbling around, not knowing what the last part of the stage was. And my 12-minute secret agent was like literally fucking chaperoning Natalia all the way to the elevator, getting stuck in that section, having to wait for a dude to unlock the door for me. I reckon if I let her go into the cave tunnel, I assume she kind of takes it from there. There shouldn't be any enemies or anything, and she shouldn't be like stopping to wait for James. There was no like other dialogue or anything, so I assume like once you see her through that door, you're kind of fine. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to go back to it, but like 10 minutes still feels like reasonably generous, given that I don't feel a single strategy I was using was in any way optimized for time. You can kind of leave her at the top of the stairs. Yeah, that's pretty much what I mean, because the doorway's right there, right? I guess I wasn't super clear. I meant the doorway, like, from the control room. As soon as you see, like, the stone textures, like, as soon as she's in that tunnel, like, that should be fine. So, like, even if I did everything exactly the same, if I did, like, if I, I did everything exactly the same as far as, like, combat. If I get into the control room, immediately grab Natalia, throw the mines on the mainframes, and in fact, the first two mainframes by Boris, I don't even have to be careful about where I'm placing those mines, because I can choose to not explode them until we're done with the babysitting anyway. So you kind of go in, grab her, throw the mines, like go to Boris, throw those two mines, go to the other one, throw it there, grab the armor, and by the time you're done with all that, you can probably come back to her. Actually, before you go to her, I guess I should do the second room with the turrets. Like, I feel like just optimizing the routing a little bit there would get me most of the way to 10 minutes. This is terrifying because the idea of redoing this stage for fun, I don't even want to entertain the thought. But yeah, it seems like I was terrified when I first saw the 10 minutes, because I felt like the times are usually so strict that if 10 minutes is a strict time, what does an actual playthrough look like? Because we had other levels that were like 140 and it took us like 5 minutes. But yeah, this seems surprising. Like, well, it's still a very hard level, but the time, like the target time, is surprisingly lenient. But I understand that it's pretty different. Like, some are a lot more lenient than others. All right. Water caverns. No Natalia to worry about, but we do have some scientists. But I'm assuming they're going to kind of mind their own business, and we should just sort of avoid getting them into the crossfire. The other stages where you have to minimize scientist casualties haven't been too much of a worry. Like, they're not... you don't have to necessarily adapt your strategy to take the scientists into account. Like, obviously avoid getting them in the way. I mean, it's kind of like the civilians on streets. They can get in the way, but you don't, like, they don't really matter. It's just a, you know, a matter of bad luck if they happen to destroy the mission, you know. But this could be different. I don't know. We have to destroy 2 different category of pump controls. We have to destroy the master control console, and we have to not kill a bunch of scientists. Sounds easy enough. The Janus Control Center communicates with the GoldenEye weapon system via a large satellite dish, which is usually concealed underwater. The pumps, which allow Janus to flood the communications dish, are housed in a subterranean cave complex defended by crack Janus troops. Oh boy. Don't jeopardize the mission by going for the man, Bond. Nobody needs a dead hero. You'll be on your own, but CIA combat support will be waiting. Find a radio and inform Jack Wade of the exact location of the dish, and he'll send in the cavalry. We'll see about that, Em. The satellite communication dish is exposed. If you remove the water pumps, Janus will be unable to hide it again. Destroy the servo control consoles, close the pumps, and be sure to disable the master console. Thank you. Doing a spot of spelunking? Well, don't mess your trousers up, James. I'll do with my trousers as I wish. Thank you very much. All right. I didn't bring my finest Sunday fishing gear. Do not be allowed to mess it up. We got new elevator music. I'm equipped with a high-powered, or at least high rate of fire weapon. That's pretty good. Crack troops! That guy's doing a combat roll, which is good. He's alive. We got fucking Metroid doors. Pretty sick. Did I get a second one? I sure didn't. I got some kind of mines. Proximity mines, I'm guessing. They're not remote, because they're a different color. Timed mines. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Proximity wouldn't make that much sense. Alright, well, let's hope the level is nice and straightforward to navigate at least. Oh boy. Very slow doors. Yeah, the submachine gun, it's, I liked using this on the train level. Ooh. All my favorite weapons. We're just missing a P90. Pretty cool. Atmosphere. These guys were basically invisible, but... This seems like alarmingly straightforward so far. Can I please reload? I'm too close to the door to reload. Okay. Explore this part first. Everyone looks like Trevelyan and it trips me up. Is this something that needs exploding? I mean, probably can't hurt, right? I don't know what anything is. I'm like scared. I'm afraid that exploding any of these controlled things is gonna cause a lot of splash damage. See? Well, one little scientist, I guess, is fine. I have no idea if these are things I should explode, but I guess we'll... You know, it's all a matter of trying things out. Oh, wait, actually... Probably... Ah, don't come near it. See? I was supposed to do that. Yeah, these guys are way too fucking loyal. For their own good, I mean. Enemies are spawning at a shockingly civilized rate. So, that was what? Inlet something or other? Inlet pump controls. Although I don't know exactly how much or what that I did. Exactly checked off that thing, but just destroying the screen didn't seem to do it. So maybe I need to destroy all 4 of those things. How are we on ammo for this? Not as much. The AR is nice with the zoom and everything. I think it probably has better stopping power than this too, but not a lot of like long distance shootouts so far. Well, this is terrifyingly open, but okay. Okay. Thought, oh, all right, sure. I'm not entirely sure how that guy spawned, but fucking, you know, snuck up on me. I guess what's the point of trying to look over there? I can't see shit. I'm looking over again at the OBS window. It's like, hey, you can actually see what's up there. It's like just black on my screen, basically. Just the fact that I'm allowed to survive for this long is like, this feels so nice and peaceful. Compared to the previous stage. And it's basically been fully linear so far too. No worries about where to go. And not accosted by armies of infinitely respawning dudes or anything. Being superhero beret guys, but I want to reload, but I'm too close to these doors. I can just swap weapons. Oh, I picked up a second one. Somehow, one of the last 16 of these that I picked up counted as a second one. Oh, it's just closing. All right. It's like shockingly relaxing compared to the ordeal we went through in the last like 8 hours of gameplay. We're basically at the top here, so that's the second set of controls up here, presumably. I need to probably double back down here. A little more open-ended layout here. This is just the 2 floors. Huh. Okay, maybe this is a 00 objective room or something. Too much of a concern. Need to make left-handed submachine guns. No, but there are guns that are sort of designed with an ambidextrous layout. Perfectly shot around his head. I'm not sure about the ammunition in real life or in this game. Ooh, code card. I'm pretty sure this is where I came from. I just want to like piece together my understanding of the map layout. I guess this is not where I came from. Everyone's facing the other way and it has me confused. Dude, I'm completely lost at this point. Wait, alright, there we go. We do have a P90 here. I came in through here, but there was a... Okay, I can go down. And I just kind of find back up here. Yeah, this is back here. Okay, okay, okay. I got a card, but I have no idea what it's used for. I got 2 cards, apparently. I don't know what either of them are for. Locked doors, perhaps. Maybe I needed to, like, get through this door. I'm surprised there aren't more guys spawning. Let me just see if, like, was there ever a branching path here? No, it's this door that I'm not sure if I've been through. If I came through here or what? Oh, I guess not. He's like, what happened? Gotta step away from the door to reload. Oh, the guy's behind me, maybe? Fuck off! Well, so much for this being a nice casual stroll. Well, I don't really need to understand the spatial relationship between all these different rooms. All I need to know is a path I can take. Doors there. Door's locked, okay. Can I fucking hit something, please? Someone, preferably. Yeah, I don't know if the GoldenEye control stuff is really kind of like that. I guess there's a turret there. Funnily, the dudes shoot from further away. Alright. I wasn't expecting the level to be a cakewalk, even though, of course, I started getting that impression. We definitely need to piece together what kind of route to take once it starts opening up a little bit more. Like, I have a pretty poor sense of direction, so it can be a bit of a struggle to just piece together how different paths sort of line up and connect. But every level so far, I've been able to piece together how it all, like, connects sooner or later, so I'm not too concerned. Yeah, Bond holds every single gun in just one... Well, technically, I guess he doesn't even hold it in one hand. But it certainly uses no more than one hand. Alright, so this place, we have to go down... Can I, like, scare him off or something? Like, push him or something? I'm already at, like, half health. That's not good. Getting armor on this level would be nice. Wait, that killed that guy? A little puzzling. I'm not sure if I can get this without killing that guy. Oh, okay, that spooks him. I was afraid he might take splash damage through the staircase there. Give him a non-lethal karate chop. I'm afraid I'm not sure if I can. I don't know the power of my own strength. I reckon we might have some unexpected casualties. So if there is armor on this level, which I cannot rule out, it would be in that ladder section in some corner. Like the room with the crates and the lockers seems like a place where they would have put it. If they were going to. Luckily, as dark as it is here and as poor of a vision I have here, guys I'm facing here seem to have even worse visibility. Can I? Thank you. Jesus Christ, I hate those guys. They're just, I don't know, maybe the armor prevents them from getting, like, hit stunned. Got his fucking hat. Alright, so this part is still not really open-ended just yet. This one we get here. I feel like I'm doing much worse this time on, like, health. But, I don't know. I mean, really hard to tell these guys apart from everyone else. The blue beret guys. Okay. I saw that, like, 2 pixels of hair. But the fact that I got shot had me surprised, so I thought someone else was shooting at me. So if I just follow the top path this time. See where that puts me. That puts me to this door, which is where I went in last time. So if I just continue all the way to the other end of sorts. Yeah, let me do this so I can at least see them. Turn the corner. Okay, see a couple of feet moving there. This, I believe, takes... Okay, I got a code card. But this is where I came from, I think. What was I being shot at from? I think that was an AR and not a turret. Almost dead. Oh, maybe a P90. The fucking hit stun. There's armor. Okay, this is not where I came from. And I got another code card. I can't see shit. Are they taking cover behind scientists? Radio damaged. Okay, well, I guess it's not an objective on this difficulty level, so we'll be okay. Okay, so there's a armor over here that I might be able to just pick up. Okay, whatever objective C was, I think that was the main control room. Yeah, okay. Master control console was in there, I guess. It still feels like the part where I went last time. Had like the more kind of pathways. That was probably what leads to, yeah, do these connect maybe? Yeah, I think one of the door, I went through the hallway and I tried to open a door and it was locked. I think it probably is this door. Actually, do I... Oh, I thought I got a second of these, but I guess not. But the lower level here, that I think leads to the little door or the little room with the crates and lockers. What's my health slash armor? Okay, I guess that was a small armor pickup. I didn't take that many shots. But let's assume... I just saw the door open. I wasn't really looking. I was coming through the other side, but... Oh, I hit a crate. There's a turret here somewhere. I think it's like on the left. Or is it like right in front of me? Holy shit, this kills things pretty quickly. Down there. Can see shit just firing into a black void. I wanted to reload, not... Right, explosive lockers. Oh, there's... Okay, there's a dude there. He's like standing in the midst of explosive lockers, but won't stop him. Another code card. Let me actually check. Yeah, I was gonna say I must be very near death. I took like 3 hits. ABC. Okay, so I wonder, just to do a little bit of process of elimination here. Actually, no, never mind. I wanted to see, right. Well, forget it. I wanted to see if it unlocked a certain door. I heard someone go, ugh. I don't know if I killed a scientist there or what, but... I was gonna say, if there were scientists here, I guess they probably took off. Is that all the objectives? I think it is. Yeah, okay. Alright, this stage does seem a lot simpler. But if memory serves, there were additional turrets in this hallway. Although, maybe we can, because the door that I suspect that keycard A might go to, I think, is on the other end of this hallway. Turrets can rotate as far as I'm aware, so I don't know if it's gonna like help us in that sense, but I don't know. I just know there were turrets. I'm not sure where they are. So I'm like backing off here. This is the room we were in, is it not? Now I'm really confused. What path did I not take then? I could swear there was some other path where there were like multiple turrets. And I thought it was like, oh, I guess it's probably here. Just didn't see this door and I was sneaking past it. It's pretty fucking tense. If the exit is closed, which I suspect it has to be because we're done with all the objectives, I need to be able to take out the turrets without getting hit. But I think we've learned enough about the previous stage to learn that it's a safe assumption that that can be done. All right. There's dudes there, I think. I'm shooting at something. Something is shooting at me. All right, there was a dual Uzi guy there. Okay. All right, I know the layout now. I know the layout. I wasn't ready for guys to show up behind me. I don't know if the mines would have ever helped, really. But I feel like we've scoped up the level. If Trevelyan is there, I can't see shit, but I'm assuming he's there to taunt me. He's like running through a doorway or something, and I'm chasing him through that door, and that's the exit. Is my assumption. I know that I can like spook the scientists in a way that means I don't have to be too afraid of that. To let me take care of that part, or those parts, I should say, reasonably fast. Those are not great hits to be taking. Playing a little bit carelessly here. I realized there was a dude left there. Right. I could barely see them. It's like, oh, there's a doorway. It's like, oh, wait, there's two guys guarding it. Jesus. Are you just gonna... Does he have to like see me shoot to be spooked by it? Are you gonna please fuck off? Okay, I'm going to hold him up. That was like they didn't seem to react when I was pointing the gun at them before. Yeah, the science shuffle. This guy's getting into the spirit of things. No, don't run that way, dumb idiot. Hold on, ammo. 2. Ah, I don't want to be this low on health this early. That does not feel very good. Doors are cool, but nerve-wracking. It's still a fairly long level. A lot of you have to like go through. That other room with the main control thing, I don't feel very confident about because I didn't really see anything that happened in there. It was just like explosions, and then we were done. Well, at least I didn't get hit. I was trying to conserve ammo there, very unsuccessfully, mind you. Dude, why is there just like no auto aim at all now all of a sudden? We should very much be secret agent. Yeah, I never changed. Wanted to reload. On ammo. get... Nice, that went surprisingly well. I guess there's some dudes here somewhere that have the key cards that I need to go through these doors. So far, I haven't really been... like... haven't had much issue. Oh, dude! I like that he survived getting shot in the face. Oh, there's a key card. Fucking angles they can shoot from, like, comical. See, like, they don't give a fuck. They shoot through the floor. Like, they just see me there. If I'm standing by the door, they just see right through the floor. That's a bit fucked. And now I'm pretty much dead. I forget, was there turrets here? I feel like probably? Maybe not. P90 guy. I think that was P90 gunfire at least. Oh, got him. There is armor here, and I want to say it's pretty close to where I'm entering the room. That's P90 man. I figure either the scientists in there can get like spooked getting the fuck out of there. I can't see shit. Or I have enough leeway to get them killed and be fine. Oh, you just shoot this open. That's interesting. That seemed to work. I heard a few, but was it enough? Nope. Oh, I guess I went through the crate. Can I radio? Oh. Got your bearings, Jimbo. Me and my boys are on our way. Sick. I assume that's a required objective on 00 Agent. I exploded it by mistake last time, but we didn't fail anything because it's not an objective here. I feel like I got pretty lucky with that with that mine. That worked out. I mean, yeah, that wouldn't be in the game if we didn't need to do it at some point or another. Yeah, I saw the objective completing. I just mean that it's lucky that, like, I exploded exactly what I had to, despite just blind tossing a mine. Yeah, I don't have the card for this. So we're still at like 0 health. And, well, actually, I think I have more health now than I did last time. So then we go back here. The other door. And once we go through this door, the turret's on the left. But as long as we don't rush into the room, we're pretty much fine. Yeah, the guy downstairs are the problem, because they get such a weird vantage point. But maybe I can, you know, goad them into coming here. Like so. Like, they might be shooting at me from here, and I can't see shit. There's like something glowing over there. There might be a dude over here. Is that a dude? Not a dude. I just wanna reload. There we go. Oh, there might still be a dude there. Indeed. think there would be guys here, but it's so fucking dark. That is towards the exit, I guess, and the control stuff is like auto aimed for the control panel, not for the guy. That's a blue beret dude, I think. Would explain him being so resilient. I guess there just aren't scientists here, or maybe they got spooked long ago. Nice, okay. I forgot what the objectives were. Man, if only I could find some armor in here, that would be perfect, but let's be extra careful to look for it. So yeah, I got confused and thought the turrets were in this hallway. They are in fact not. I'm holding forward, by the way. There we go. This door, which I think I just confused with a cave wall and didn't kind of notice. See, I kind of wish we had turrets behind a shutter like that. These doors are a little more finicky. So Trevelyan's going to taunt us for being too slow, whatever that means. Am I not hitting it? There we go. Doors eventually closing. Hello. Being like stuck in those doors is so like traumatizing. Okay, this looks like an exit elevator. All right, let me just stash that in my back pocket. Enjoy some elevator music. And hope that we did it. Can't trust anything. Completed. Nice. Oh, what a... Whew. What a relaxing experience. I didn't even have to drop down to agent or anything. See, that was like reasonably fun. Can't even get out the lift on 00. You know, I don't even want to think about it. But I mean, yeah, having dealt with the opening of the previous stage, like I'm a little bit, I can't say I'm impervious, but I have built up a certain amount of resistance to like sudden turrets pissing me off. It's like, well, it's one of those again. But they were, I feel like they were much easier to take out. Like the corners and the vantage points, I didn't even have to make too much of an effort to put myself in positions to take out these turrets compared to control level. They're much harder. Yeah, I reckon the radio is like problematic because it's so fucking hard to even see what's in there. It's just like tiny pitch black little alcove covered like in metal crates. There's dudes in there. Like I feel like I don't even have to do anything for shit to start breaking. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. It was pretty funny that we got that like clutch mine throw. But yeah, I feel like I don't know. So on 00 Agent, obviously you have to use the radio, but is there any additional objectives? Because I feel like I don't quite understand the mines. Obviously it makes sense that like, oh, our mission is to destroy these things, here are some explosives. I understand that, but like logically, as far as playing the level, I would never trust like tossing an explosive where the scientists are standing and just hope that they get out of the way by the time it explodes. Maybe the mines actually do trigger their fucking fight or flight response more so than the gunfire. I don't know, but it seems, because I'm sure on 00 it's going to be way stricter with scientist casualties as well. What's up, Mike 1109? Yeah, control has been the biggest roadblock by a very significant margin. We spent like an hour on it maybe last time and like 4 hours today before we beat it. Yeah, I wouldn't, like, it would be surprising. It doesn't seem like there would have been any additional objectives, but I was just curious because there's that little extra room that seemed to have a couple of crates, but like nothing else. I was like, are you meant to explode them? But clearly you don't need it. Like, even if you had to blow up the crates, you can just shoot them, so you don't need the mines for anything. I guess it's just like, they, like, the timed mines are in the game, so like, well, here, let's put them in the level so you actually get to see them. Why not? It is currently 9:26 p.m. I feel a very low amount of confidence that I will beat the next level before 10 p.m. Depending on how it goes, I'd rather make an attempt than not, but I guess we'll see how it goes. On 00, you're only allowed one scientist death. Honestly, I'm surprised you're allowed even that. Alright, so I know that the game has like a 006 boss fight, and he's like running around and shit. I did not realize that there's another objective here. I mean, that's fine, it makes sense. So I believe that this is at least a geographically very contained level, so that should hopefully mean that attempts are quick. I could be wrong, that's just the impression I get from like my fleeting memories of seeing this level played. But yeah, I think we should just keep going. For a while there, for the first like 6 hours of the stream, it didn't seem very plausible that we might finish this game tonight, but I'm, you know, feeling slightly different about it now. Yana's control communications have been jammed, and the GoldenEye satellite orbit is decaying. Only Trevelyan and his personal bodyguard remain unaccounted for. Personal bodyguard? I don't know about that. You know my feelings about personal vendettas interfering with mission success, 007. However, in this case, I think we can turn a blind eye to whatever happens out there. That's nice. Be careful and remember, you are licensed to kill. Oh, yeah. Well, thank fuck. I've been killing like 8,000 dudes. So that's good. Would you believe it, 007? There's another blasted control thingy actually on the antenna cradle. Trevelyan might be able to realign the antenna and get one last firing message through to the satellite. Get out there and destroy it. We don't want things going pear-shaped at the last minute. The hand that rocks the cradle rules the world, James. You know I won't sleep soundly until you get back to England in one piece. For England, games. Alright. Antenna cradle, Yada Space, Cuba. Oh. Pretty cool. Oh, we get a shitty-ass pistol, alright. Fog. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Frame rate. Oh shit! I didn't realize that was a three-way crossing here. Trevelyan's activated the antenna control console. Is there like a time or something? Or do I have to like, yep, 3 minutes until... Okay. I'm assuming that's in that little shack. Is that hidden running away? I don't know. Let's explore the level first anyway. Wait. Oh yeah, okay. There's... Oh, sick. Okay, of course. Alright. Alright. Hard to hit. So I think there was a second... Okay, it's not doing much. Oh, okay. Well, that was simple enough. So there apparently would seem like there's a lot of places where there could be armor. trying to see if that, like, the problem is Trevelyan is like fully indistinguishable from the crack troops. Alright, easy with the talking about this level. I've barely seen it. So, like, I feel like there's more to this now that, like, well, it seems simple, and everyone's chat's reaction is like, well, this level's fucking impossible. It's like, well, okay. Is he gonna, like, spawn additional control panels in 12 other places that I need to go? I don't even know. So, like, someone was you know, scurrying off from that little shack right after it said that Trevelyan activated. So, like, I guess that was him. Well, I don't know. Like, I guess I don't, like, I'm not asking chat to tell me, but I'm not sure if, like, oh my god, I'm like, oh, I guess that wasn't him. Well, what I was trying to speculate on is, like, whether oh, that looks like that guy looked guilty. Can I fucking hit this thing? There we go. Ah! Cradle to the grave. Your grave, James. Yeah, I feel like I'm probably meant to, like, chase him from checkpoint to checkpoint. I guess it seems like he probably has a P90. Can I get any other weapons? Nope. Oh, okay, they came. I was like, where do those guys come from? It's like, oh, well, they came from the stairs, I guess. Like pure concentrated fire, even as I'm dying. Yeah, please don't talk about a bunch of other stuff, like, about this level while I'm trying to, like, see what this level is. I mean, normally, I guess, if this, if there were other stuff, like, it would have been mentioned during the briefing, regardless. So I guess there probably isn't anything. Dude, like, how do you effectively deal with this guy? I don't know, just mash. So someone had mentioned armor, and I feel like I've seen, like, footage of this, like, well, I guess know is a strong word in this context, but to have the thought of armor, I guess I should try to check the other cabin. Everything seems to, I was thinking, like, maybe it's randomized or something. Aha. Yep. So let me just check. Ah, it's full armor. Okay. Oh, like, you just hold the trigger down and you get shot like 2 or 3 times before you're allowed to shoot, just because of the, like, you're stun locked. Yeah, I lost most of the armor already. Yeah, it's like all dual Uzi guys. Oh shit, that turret just activated. Sort of. Yeah, that takes a, like, the 3-minute timer is, like, very generous. So I feel like I hit him once and it like triggers him to start running away. These guys, like, you can't really dodge them very well. Like, you can't really move much here either. Maybe he went down? Actually, I should check what's here regardless. Like, are you fucking serious? Okay, that's probably the exit. Okay, cool. Oh, did he kill me somehow? I guess there's no fall damage in this game. Or I feel like something's gonna happen here. Yeah, these guys are fucking gaming. Yeah, but like my extremely vague like perception, I can't even call it recollection, but like of what this level is, it's this weird like chase. So he, like, it seemed like he fucked off as soon as I hit him, and then he's probably going to some predetermined spot and waiting for me to catch up so he can start shooting me. Is that him? Maybe, who knows? Someone else ran up to my corpse anyway. I don't know, I feel like I had pretty poor luck with like auto aiming. I don't know if it's luck exactly, but I don't even see or hear bullets. I just hear Bond's labored breathing. Alright, goes out. Thank you very much for stopping by. Appreciate the insights. Oh my... Oh! I don't finish. Yeah, that's fine. I hear ya. Like, on the one hand, it feels like unsatisfying to leave it at this point, but this could be another like 2-hour level or 6-hour level. You never know. And if that's the case, the half hour to an hour of research I could put into it now would likely make my life a little easier next time. Is he dead? I think he's dead, yeah. Guys are fucking here. I feel like I'm not doing worse every attempt, but I wasn't doing this poorly at first. Oh, getting stuck on the railing. The physics are a bit messed up. There's no turret in here, right? Yeah. The diagonals in this D-pad are like fucked up. Because if I try to like walk forward and strafe at the same time, I feel like half the time it just makes me stop. Slightly careful with ammo preservation also. Like, I'm taking for granted that I couldn't just like Dude, I got hit like 4 times before I was allowed to shoot. I figured I can't just like 4 bullets into him. Obviously, I didn't see where the hell he went. So we'll see. I'm, again, not asking chat to explain it to me, but I'm assuming he has like a set route. The part where I have been able to follow him hasn't changed anything so far. Oh, I guess this brings us back. This is like you can get the armor here. Maybe? I don't know. Loop around back here, did he? No. Maybe I go back up? I don't have a ton of ammo. Oh, I see something over there. Oh, he drops like explosives and shit. Always loyal to the mission, never to your friends. That's pretty funny. So he has like a different line of dialogue every time I shoot him. Which looks like progress. Yeah, like no time limit or anything. Right, I think did I see him there? No, there's a piece of railing. No glib remark, no pithy combat. Ah! Fucking jump scare. Was that? Did I get shot in the back, or was that an explosion? Maybe both. I should have strafed out of the way for that. That was my bad. Let me get some ammo. I hit him like a good couple of times. And that's not him, but if I get a sniping opportunity, I'll take it. Is it possible that he went down here? I don't think I'll snipe him. It doesn't look like it. Can't really see the bottom of the ladder, but I'm gonna trust that he's not there. Fuck, which way? Oh, I guess it doesn't matter which way. Dude, auto aiming fully out of control here. Or should I say out of order? Oh my Jesus Christ. Oh, that's him, okay. It's like, whoa, there's M16 guys now all of a sudden, but no, it was just him. Just ran up to his face. Alright. Start in the back. Okay. I mean, that was pretty substantial improvement. I'm gonna take for granted that he simply takes a hit and the trigger's like the next phase. That was 5 minutes. We'll do one more attempt. I'm getting pretty tired and hungry. I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. It's longer than I usually do. I'm like feeling really torn on where we're leaving it, but the thing is, if we leave it here, we come back in a week and I finish this first try, there's still like secret levels and there's like a bunch of other stuff to do, so I guess I shouldn't be worried about, like, because sometimes it can feel weird. You play a game for a really long time and then you start up a new stream and you finish it in like 20 minutes. But I guess that's not really a concern. And even if I do finish this, like, I still want to take a look at some of the other stuff, so I would probably still kind of want to do that. Nice. But so much of it kind of comes down to luck. Lock to luck. I think I just read what you wrote. Well, it's my understanding, feel free to correct me, that if you clear every mission or the main levels, I should say. On Secret Agent, you unlock one level, and by clearing it on 00, you unlock the second. But I think there are also cheat codes to do so. I wonder if it would be beneficial to like hold onto the armor, but I guess it might be tricky to survive that long. Like, I doubt it would be helpful in any way. There's no guarantee I'll live that long anyway. I was wanted to go grab the ammo, but screw it. Oh yeah, I didn't really think about that, but I suppose I can use probably some emulator cheats. Getting pushed like 2 meters for getting shot feels so fucking bad. I'm assuming that hitting him more than once like makes no difference. Maybe there's like, maybe the damage you deal add up, and then like later on at some point you have to deal the remaining damage to him or something. So maybe it does make a little bit of difference. I'm not sure. Yeah, is he in here? So you don't want to just follow him too closely, because he's like dropping mines. No Liber Mark, no Pithy comeback. He looks like he's taking kind of a different route. You gonna stop up there? Yep. Come on, is that the best you can do? I know they're behind me, I just need to... They're all around me, in fact. The blue guy. Okay, so I didn't see where he went now. He might have... Oh, so see... Oh, fuck. I was worried that he was, like, readying a grenade. I guess he was. Yep, that's him again. Pathetic, really. Well... Whoa! That was a grenade, turns out. I feel like maybe I've scored extra hits. Finish the job, James, if you can. Oh, did we just transition into different music? Did he go into this like? Seems like this is about to end. Oh, this door's open. It's always better, James. Well, we'll see about that. It seems designed for me to not be able to aim down here. England games? No, for me. Got him. Oh shit, doing a sick Bond stunt. The helicopter like choppily flies off. That wasn't so bad. Settle a score with Trevelyan completed. 457. Yeah, that was pretty cool. That was pretty fun. James, are you alright? Yes, I'm fine, thank you. Ooh, James. Guitar's like just fucking going nuts. Cast 007 as James Bond. Or whatever. Well, guys, I think that counts as time. We got credits. Music fucking going completely ape shit. What's with these credits anyway? It's starting to look like real credits. Didn't fall for the final bullshit where you can miss the last platform. I mean, I guess it was good that we'd scoped out the little platform before. That's Ken Law, by the way. We were talking about that when we first played it on the first stream. I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember exactly. Because I didn't think Ken Law was with Rare, because he's American, right? But he was at Nintendo because he was with Rare, like he was at Microsoft when they made Killer Instinct, and he had been like involved in that in the original KI. So I just couldn't remember. James Bond will return. This is sick. Of course, they always put that at the end of like the movie credits. Oh. The actors. Oh, man, this game is kind of a mess. It's cool, it's impressive, it's innovative, it's interesting, and it's annoying as shit. I can appreciate that there's a depth and breadth of stuff in this game. Oh, we're seeing all the enemy models and shit now. That's pretty good. That surpasses anything we've played previously. But as far as like my enjoyment, my time with the game, taking the good with the bad, I don't think this cracks my like top 3 Bond game so far. Civilian just shooting guns. This is a cool reward though. Like the actual ending was kind of whatever, but pretty sweet. I don't have like a firm ranking. But when I think of like, do I enjoy this more than the Duel on the Master System? I don't know. I mean, it's like, it's hard to do a comparison. Like, there's obviously things you can look at in terms of scope and impressiveness and whatever else, where it doesn't compare. But in terms of like how much fun I had versus how annoyed I am with the game, like looking at the Duel on the Master System, there are very few things I can point at and say, this is pretty fucked. This should, like, I wish this was different. The game would have been more fun. I feel like in this game, there's like 50,000 things like that. Like when I think of games I remember going through very fondly and like, man, that was such a cool experience. Like, man, I had a smile on my face the entire time. Like, this game is not one of them, really. Well, you know, Paul said I'm like, first of all, I'm a pretentious contrarian when it comes to game opinions, so you shouldn't expect my opinion to ever align with general consensus. I don't expect it to. So, but I mean, I'm like, this game has a lot of flaws. It's got incredible amounts of ambition. A lot of it is realized like very impressively well for its time, in the sense that there was like no template to follow. They were innovating a lot, and there's like hits and misses. It's very cool, but there are many pieces of this game that just like combine to a like more kind of frustrating experience. But I think this is a game, like I think most people who play this game, they didn't finish the campaign once and quit. Like they probably didn't I think most people who played through this probably did not play through it on Secret Agent like I did. I would imagine that most people would, like, I mean, especially if you think of people playing this as kids, I sure as hell would have dropped down to Agent very quickly. I would have been very frustrated trying to complete, like, Facility on Secret Agent if I had even tried that. I would probably try the first stage on Agent, realize, like, man, it's really fun to just run through and shoot dudes, and just kept playing the game like that. And then if I'd finished the game, and if I owned the game, maybe I would have been incentivized to, like, try to go for some target times, or try some of the higher difficulty levels for more objectives, etc. And end up, like, spending a lot more time with it. And I think most people who have, like, strong feelings about this game did spend a lot of time with it. So I think that's a big part of it, because on the one hand, like, I up through, like, Bunker 2 or even like Bunker 1, I was like, man, this game is so much fun. And then, like, Silo, you had to deal with the cameras, and then Frigate had hostages. Like, after that first row of levels is kind of where the game starts introducing annoying shit. And that feeling of, like, joy of running through the stages were very harshly tempered by all the annoying stuff. Yeah, a lot of people played it a lot in multiplayer. And I mean, obviously, if I wouldn't argue with people of, like, what's the best Bond game or whatever. I mean, I think on that metric, like, as far as, like, adapting Bond, yeah, I think this game is way stronger than the Duel. You know, because it's like it's implementing a lot more elements. So I don't think that's an argument, like, to have, really. But in terms of, like, an enjoyable experience playing through it, there's a lot that you have to kind of put up with. And I'm probably at, well, playing more 00 Agent levels might be different, but broadly speaking, like, I'm at a point now where I have, like, kind of gone through the ringer dealing with very annoying, difficult, tedious stuff that I just barely scraped through. I mean, I could really tell by the time we got to the end of Control, I could do that level so much better. Like, that the last couple of attempts were all, like, pretty smooth. And I reckon if I did a second playthrough of the entire game at this point, I have a little bit of knowledge, I have a little bit of the strat. I obviously wouldn't get stuck on any levels the same way I did the first time through. And I think honestly, I would be, like, more than anything, I'd be kind of tempted to do an Agent playthrough, just to kind of have that relaxing, smooth, like, just cruising through the game. And I think if you do that sounds like fun. But I'm, like, not at that early point where it is still fun. Like, the frustration is kicked in, but I'm also not entirely over that hump of, like, well, I can apply everything I've learned through this gauntlet of frustration into an experience when I can demonstrate more mastery and just, like, have more kind of fun with it. I mean, beyond taking a look at some of the extra stuff, I don't have a huge amount of interest in, like, I don't want to keep grinding this game. I'm far more excited to move on to the next game and whatever's after that. But if I wasn't playing this in the context of this project, if I had this game for my N64 as a kid, yeah, for sure, I wouldn't, like, stop here. Like, I would want to play more. And I think as you spend more time with it, like, I think there's enough that's good about the game that it's a game that is likely to get better the more you spend time with it. But I also feel like I absolutely never expect this game to be at, like, my top list of anything, because I feel pretty confident that, I mean, I've played Nightfire. I had that game when I was in high school, and I really liked it. I'm excited to see how that sort of holds up when we revisit it. But even at that time, I remember thinking people were, like, morons for, like, just declaring GoldenEye the best Bond game or even best licensed movie game out of hand, because, like, to me, Nightfire was so much better in a lot of ways. And my memory of playing that, I still think that holds true. Like, there's probably a lot of innovation and finesse and cool little details that are in this game that you could argue are like more interesting than what's in Nightfire. But I think in terms of a pleasant, fun experience, with like incorporating a lot of different James Bond elements, I think my feeling finishing that game is going to be more positive than this. But that's not me like shitting on this game. I think it is really cool. I think it's just, there's a lot of very annoying things in this game that I think a lot of people who remember this game fondly, they're kind of seeing it. There's a little bit of rose-tinted glasses going on, I think, where the frustrations and the getting stuck isn't really what's like sticking in your memory. Especially like if I stop playing here and I reminisce on my experience playing this game 5 years from now, 10 years from now, yeah, the frustration is probably going to stick out to me. But if I kept playing this for another 50 hours, well, if I kept grinding 00 Agent, maybe I would remember frustration too. But like, the emotions and memories that linger, that stick with you, are probably going to be a little different. I'm not saying anyone is wrong for enjoying this game. I just think it's a game that, like, your feelings on it is going to, like, depend a lot on how you engage with it, what aspects of it you kind of focus on and don't. GoldenEye is similar to Halo. Everyone still thinks of it as one of the best console FPS ever, and counter that, all you have to say is the library. I thought Halo 1 was so boring. I mean, the library really sucked. I finished Halo 1, but it's like, I remember being very annoyed that there were no subtitles, because I couldn't hear shit what anyone was saying in any of the cutscenes, so I could not, not only could I not care about the story, I couldn't even perceive the story. So whenever there's like talking scenes, I just like, well, whatever. I just remember the guns not feeling great, the stages being kind of open and bland and boring. I just never cared for it. I'm very excited for IO's Bond game. I've always kind of wondered when I was planning this project, like how the timeline would line up. For all I know, that game is still like 3 or 4 years out, so we'll probably be done with this long before we get that game. But you never know. If it lines up for us to add it as like game number 51, that would be really fun. But just like Gotham Knights, when that eventually showed up, I was, well, in the end, the game that Gotham Knights turned out to be was not something I was ever excited for. But before we knew what it was, I spent the preceding 7 to 8 years being very excited to see what WB Montreal was going to do after Batman Arkham Origins, seeing as that is like my favorite Batman game. For those not familiar, prior to James Bond, I conducted a little experiment that I called the Caped Crusade, in which we do the exact same thing, but with games starring Batman. So I played like 60 Batman games, and at that point you build up this kind of not a reputation exactly, but like, you know, it's a thing. I'm playing Batman games, so if there's a new one, of course I'm going to want to check it out. And I didn't play through Gotham Knights on stream, but I played it a little bit on stream, and holy shit, that game's just so bad and so boring. And it's like, I'm glad I didn't waste more stream time. I finished it off stream, but like, god damn, that game sucked. It was such a disappointment. And again, disappointment from the perspective of what I felt it should have been, not what I thought it was going to be based on the marketing or anything they showed of it. I pretty much bought it and played it out of 50-50 like obligation and morbid curiosity. I was never excited for it. I was always more excited for what they would do compared to Rocksteady's next game, and looking at what the Suicide Squad is seemingly turning out to be, that is looking like a tremendous train wreck in the making, which is depressing in its own right, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Hopefully there will be no, you know, cause for concern when it comes to IO's Bond game. I have always enjoyed IO Interactive. I played the first Hitman when it came out, thought it was a bit of a mess but incredibly sick, just because of the kind of premise. And I bought Hitman 2 Silent Assassin when it came out on PC, And I remember the unpatched version being a mess. You got to some like snow Japan stage, you're like in the middle of a blizzard, and due to some bugs, like the enemy AI didn't function properly, so dudes will see through your disguise from like 5 miles and snipe you. Enemy, like I remember there was like this truck that drives around on the level, and it wasn't like, it didn't take patrolling guards into account, so guards would like get run over by the truck and it would trigger like an alarm state. It was just like, it was a complete mess. You couldn't play it. I never actually finished a Hitman game until 2016, but I've always kind of had a soft spot for IO stuff. Like, even if they don't always nail the execution, like they always do interesting things. And the current Hitman games are like fucking 1,000,000 out of 10 games, like just absolutely absurdly phenomenally high quality games. So like, I definitely don't expect the Bond game to be like a reskinned version of Hitman, but I absolutely trust that group of people to apply their sensibilities when it comes to level design, to like interesting mechanics, and like just thoughtfulness in how everything fits together. I think the humor and the writing and the combination of like comedy and drama and suspense, I'm not saying it's like a one-to-one like between Hitman and Bond, but I think the humor in the modern Hitman games is very well executed. It's like it rides that line perfectly between like being a little bit of a piss take but not compromising the kind of tone of the actual narrative. And I'm not saying I would expect or want that exact same tone or approach in Bond, but I think Bond is another thing where like there should be some levity, there should be some humor, and I trust IO to actually deliver that in a pretty clever way that would be quite like charming. There's something very endearing about a lot of their games that I don't know is entirely true of a lot of Bond like adaptations. So I'm excited to see what they do with it. Like, I think that's a big thing with licensed stuff in general. Just always exciting to see what someone's interpretation is of a familiar source material. So yeah, as far as games that are like somewhat further on the horizon where we know they exist but we don't really know anything about them, that's definitely one that I'm like excited to learn more about. I can't really in good conscience say that I'm excited about the game because there is no game to be excited about yet, but I'm extremely excited to learn more about what that's going to be. Yeah, I kind of dipped out of Hitman after the first few games. I think I played like one mission or two of Blood Money, and that's about it. So there's like a middle chunk there that I never really played. But I got super into 16 and I bought 2 and 3 like day one and really loved playing those games. I still have like some DLC levels that I haven't played yet that I've been kind of holding off on playing, you know, in this kind of in case of emergency break glass sort of situation, being able to just go back to brand new Hitman content. And the latest updates with the whatever they call it, like the sort of roguelike-esque kind of a mode, sounds super sick. Like the fact that they've been able to build and expand on those games, it's just really incredible stuff. Yeah, I just think I think they are very well equipped to do something both interesting and well executed with James Bond. Personally, I'm not concerned with multiplayer really, and I think nowadays it's a very different world compared to when either this came out or Nightfire or, you know, various GoldenEye remakes or what have you. I don't think it's necessarily an unreasonable expectation that it'll have multiplayer. I think for a lot of people the association between Bond games and multiplayer is very strong, but I think it'll depend a lot on what kind of game it is. I mean, there was a period in the like late 2000s, early 2010s where like everything had to have multiplayer, and there were some games that you could feel pretty strongly were like, well, this is never going to actually develop a sustainable community, so the effort going into building this multiplayer could arguably be better spent elsewhere, or just keeping the budget lower. You know, there's like John Woo's Stranglehold, cool game, I really like it. That has like online multiplayer and a bunch of like trophies, and I think it even has like DLC maps you could buy, and it's like, surely that game would have been an absolute ghost town like 2 weeks after release. And like, what point is there to that? Like, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it's cool that it exists. I'm not upset that multiplayer is there. It existing doesn't in itself make anything worse, but it's a lot of money and effort and time going into something that at the end of the day, how many people were convinced to buy that game because of the promise of online multiplayer? How many people actually played it online? You know, it seems kind of iffy to me. Around the same time as having like online passes, yeah, more or less, roughly at least. And like for a while, Assassin's Creed, I remember, like, I think Brotherhood was the one that introduced multiplayer, and it was around for a while. I worked at Ubisoft for a while. I worked on Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation, the PlayStation Vita game, and that didn't have multiplayer, but we got the sort of, every week, all the studios that worked on Assassin's Creed 3 would record a little video diary of like, this is what happened this week. So I remember from that they still had the Annecy studio making the multiplayer. I don't know how long they kept that around. I know that starting from Black Flag, or not Black Flag, I think it was the one after that, Unity. I remember seeing like early development footage or like target renders of, like, while Assassin's Creed 3 was in development, there was like, well, here's the concept and everything for Assassin's Creed 4, and here's an early concept for Assassin's Creed 5. Yeah, I worked at Ubisoft for about a year in 2012 or so. And that the big thing in that game was like, oh, it's going to have co-op. So they've done that since then, I guess. But I'm not sure if the competitive multiplayer has been a thing. But like Assassin's Creed, you look at it and it doesn't immediately look at the thing where it's like, oh, this should have online multiplayer. How would that even work? But like, I know some people really swore by it, so they did something interesting with it. But you look at a game like this, GoldenEye, it's like obviously the mission structure is a little more complex, but at the end of the day, you're running around and shooting. You can create, you know, you can do deathmatch. And I mean, I guess Hitman has multiplayer in different variations also. But depending on what the IO Bond game ends up being, I guess it remains to be seen if it's like, if it feels natural for it to have a multiplayer mode. I feel like nowadays, I would more expect I would expect games that are focusing on multiplayer and have that be like an expected thing to be a like sustainable running thing, to be something that's so large that it doesn't likely coexist with a single player part of the same game. Like Call of Duty does that, except for the times where they don't and there's no single player campaign. That happened at least once. You have something like Halo Infinite, which like had an extremely rocky, you know, path to where it is today. You have stuff like Overwatch and Overwatch 2, which is rocky to say the least, with its like ability to develop those parts and like deliver what people want. I'm just saying, I think putting together, just as a kind of rough frame of reference, something on the level of Hitman 3 or like the current Hitman games, something that's like that for Bond, like on a similar kind of scale, for that to also deliver like online competitive multiplayer that is like actually interesting and good enough for people to want to play it. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I feel like it's just a very big ask. Seems very difficult to release a standalone multiplayer game. I mean, that's true also. That's true. But I don't think releasing like a big AAA campaign that also has multiplayer that's successful is like easier. What's up, Masumi? Yeah, Bioshock 2. I was thinking like Uncharted had multiplayer. I remember playing like a open beta of like Uncharted 3 Deathmatch or something. I mean, obviously you're running and shooting, it's not crazy, but it's like those games are so focused on the story and the single player campaign that like doing multiplayer. I mean, The Last of Us, right? Like Last of Us 2 was supposed to have a multiplayer thing, and then that got delayed for like 3 years, and now they're like turning that into its own game, and then it's supposed to be a live game, and then maybe it's going to be something else, and it's just like a really tricky thing to navigate. I mean, completely irrespective of what IO is doing with their game, I think Bond as a setting for an online multiplayer game where you get to play as a bunch of iconic Bond characters and fuck around with a bunch of gadgets sounds like fun. And I think it's like a little tricky to imagine the tone and style of a game where that works in 2023 and beyond. Not saying it couldn't be done, I'm just saying aesthetically, you look at GoldenEye, you look at Perfect Dark, you look even at Nightfire, those games were like just more aesthetically video gamey. Like the gap between the visual presentation of the films versus the game is such that the game can get away with doing more video gamey stuff without it ever feeling too weird. Whereas I think that was somewhat true up to the point where they kind of stopped making Bond games. The most recent game came out in 2012. And in the time since then, like, yeah, games haven't necessarily changed tremendously, but certainly aesthetics. I think, like, if you imagine a game that has, like, totally modern AAA graphics, like a perfectly photorealistic Bonds and whatever, and you just imagine the weapons and mechanics and gameplay of this game sort of transposed onto that, that could be really fun. That's not me saying it's bad or it shouldn't be done, but I think it's harder to market something like that. It's hard to convince an audience that that's like what it should be. But having said that, like something more akin to Perfect Dark or Time Splitters or something like that, that has you run around as like an even larger selection of Bond characters. I mean, there's been plenty of Bond movies since this game came out. Put all these like weird like Moonraker lasers and golden guns and, you know, watch gadgets and whatever else, like put even more weird things and have you run around this kind of deathmatch scenario where you can bunny hop between buildings or whatever. Like, I think that could be super fun. But I think in a universe such as the one we live in, where there's just a lot at stake, and a company releasing a big Bond licensed video game, unfortunately, like, I think it's sad, but I think it would be difficult for someone releasing that kind of game to have it be that kind of product, because I think there's just too much like prestige expectation on like what a game of that caliber is supposed to look like or supposed to be like. I mean, it's a big reason why I feel like no excitement for the new Perfect Dark. As I've mentioned, I've never really played the original Perfect Dark. I played through like one level on Rare Replay, so it's not a matter of nostalgia. But from what little I do know about the game, I know that it has a very kitschy, lighthearted, fun tone. It's maybe not quite on the level of something like No One Lives Forever, but it's like pretty comedic. Like, looking at the character design, I mean, look at Perfect Dark Zero. I know that's a game no one likes exactly, but it's still, you know, the main character has like a silver and bright blue like jumpsuit, and we've got these like sci-fi guns, and there's like this, like it has this very light-hearted, very video gamey tone. I feel like Perfect Dark was something that they did, and you could say the same of Time Splitters probably. That was them kind of having more elbow room than the Bond license allowed them. And it's like, well, okay, we can't do Bond, we can't market it that way. That's unfortunate, but hey, look at all this other stuff we can now do. Let's fucking do that. And just having a blast with it. And we haven't seen the new Perfect Dark, but they released, you know, some kind of teaser video that hinted at like the kind of tone and atmosphere. And like Joanna Dark is no longer wearing, you know, Y2K silver tights. She's wearing black denim and a nondescript leather jacket, looking like every other like female action protagonist in video games. And it's all dusty and gray and brown and realistic and down to earth and gritty, and it's like, holy shit, could this look any more boring? It's like they scraped every single bit of identity and flavor and like anything that would tell you it's Perfect Dark, and they make it look like a, you know, a shitty, boring Mission Impossible knockoff with no flavor to it. And I understand. I suppose that's like, there's enough data to suggest that that's what people, you know, people in the grand sense want, maybe, I don't know, but I look at it and go like, oh my god, that's like, ugh. And I feel, you know, with something like Bond, you even have the established, you know, it's not only between the game's publisher and, you know, their marketing department and whatever, you also have the license holder probably having a say in what they want. And they're probably, I would have to suspect, kind of stricter than ever in terms of, you know, how the material is handled and how the characters in the universe are depicted, etc. So I don't know. It's, I think it's unfortunate in a way that things are kind of locked up that way. There's just a limit to what kind of stuff you can expect. But I don't say that because I think what they will come up with is going to be disappointing. But I think it narrows the scope of potential, like what it could be. And I think something that is very kind of, well, not realistic, but like styled in a way of, you know, a prestige modern AAA thing. Like, I think modern AAA realistic graphics are broadly boring. But when you are replicating a film series, like there's a look to it, it's appropriate. Like, I would be happy with a cartoony Bond, whatever, but for Bond, it's also highly appropriate for it to look realistic. And I think what that's going to be, like, that can still be super exciting. I trust IO to make a cool, exciting game. But hypothetically speaking, like, if there were multiple studios making multiple Bond games at the same time, I would rather live in a world where we could get that IO Interactive, whatever that's going to be, but also a goofy, very classic video gamey, GoldenEye inspired, gadget-filled multiplayer shooter. And I don't think we could get that today. Not with the license, at least. But I look forward to hearing more about whatever the future of Bond gaming entails whenever we get to hear any news on that. Well, it is now 10:24 p.m. I'm getting exceedingly hungry, and I think this is as good a place as any to wrap things up. I will be away over the weekend. No fighting game stream this Friday, no Saturday stream, no Monday stream. But the following Wednesday, I will be back. And the following Friday, we will be doing Viewer's Choice versus fighting games. I won't really make any declarations as to what the following Wednesday stream will cover, because I mean, I'll just have to see what I feel like then, but I will have to make a judgment call on whether I want to spend more time with GoldenEye, or whether I want to maybe come back to it in the future. I think there is a perfectly real possibility of me having received a big package of stuff from Japan by Wednesday, in which case we should probably get to unboxing that, and that might take multiple streams. So who knows? In other words, if you want to know what's happening, do keep an eye on my Discord, probably the best place for that. We do occasionally do movie viewings, such as when there's a new Bond movie-based game. The next game coming up, let's do this, will not be a movie game. It will in fact be James Bond 007 for the Game Boy. And we're looking far into the future at this point, but whenever we're done with that, the next game after that will be Tomorrow Never Dies. So at some point, we are definitely going to be watching Tomorrow Never Dies on Discord, but I won't even think about that until we're done with the Game Boy game. But if you would like to keep tabs on upcoming streams, if you would like to join in on movie nights, etc., if you would like to hang out and chat with the community, do feel free to join the Discord and say hello. I will definitely enjoy my Evo watch party / barbecuing with friends over the coming weekend. Very excited for it. I feel a tremendous sense of elation that we managed to actually finish this game tonight, if even just barely. There's more to explore in this game, but I feel really good about not leaving on a complete cliffhanger over the next week. Like I said, we'll see whether next week will be more GoldenEye or something else entirely. We'll just have to see. Dino Please is streaming Miscellaneous Yeehaws. That sounds like a good enough time. Oh, holy shit, he's playing Law of the West on the NES of all things. But that's an incredibly sick game, and we need to support Dino in his gaming endeavors. I was gonna be sad, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. The VODs will be up for watching, which reminds me that I should definitely go back and do some highlights and put that stuff up proper on YouTube and what have you. But yeah, thank you very, very much for hanging out. Today's been an extremely fun stream. We got some pretty big raids early on. Thanks again to Fractal Mind Mike and Pixel Turkey. Is that her name? I forget. Apologies. We got big raids anyway. And we had a lot of interesting chat. A lot of very interesting, philosophical debates to keep us sane in the midst of 5 hours of control attempts. So thank you very much for keeping me company and getting me through that. Now let's go enjoy some Dino cowboy action and have a nice relaxing weekend, or rest of your week, I should say. I guess I won't be seeing you until I don't know, next week sometime. Thanks again, and bye.